and go.
Yeah, yeah. Do the thing.
All right. Hello, everyone.
Julie,
Welcome to Fate. Yeah. Welcome to
Julie,
Fate.
do the thing.
Do the thing. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Fate Visage Dreams of the Stargazer Session 2. We are set in a Tight Moon campaign within 1930s Germany. Welcome back. At the end of last session, the beginning of last session, the party had made it to the town of Hirschfeld as Leone, Theo, and Dietrich had taken the train in. Having a strange dream during the night of travel, they had all seen a scene of a cemetery of two priests walking through it, discussing matters about rumors concerning the cemetery and people wandering through it at night, doing rather odd and suspicious things. It's been reported that some graves have been dug up as bodies have been consumed partially. With one of the priests questioning the other as to why he wanted to investigate these matters, he had seemed to turn off to the side and kind of just keep to himself for a moment before mentioning to him that a certain priest that Theo is looking for, named Caius Wagner, had mentioned details about it, had been going around churches looking into this matter as he had gone curious. Ending the dream with them being surrounded by some sort of infestation of people that had been eaten, as well as a ghost showing up. The party had woken up, not really remembering the dream too well, as much of it had seemed to be a fuzzy occurrence over the night to them. Stepping off the train, Theo had purchased a paper as he had found information about a missing councilman by the name of, and I have his name written down for you now, Wilbert Deininger, as he had headed off to the local church. Stepping off the train as well, Leone had ended up going to the back of the cargo section as he had retrieved his motorcycle. Bringing it down, he had met a curious young woman by the name of Carla Schreiner. Schreiner.
Words.
He had taken, words, German man. As she had taken an interest in his motorcycle. Having a quick conversation with her, he had stopped off at a local apothecary she worked at as he met a man named Johann Lehre, and may or may not have discovered that he had certain magical ties that he would be interested in taking a look at. Heading off to his contact, we have Dietrich, who also had gone off the train as he went to visit a local councilman that his family knew, that was Braun Dreyer, who his family had told him that he had called about services he needed rendering. Not really being informed of what the matter was, Dietrich's family told him that whatever he said, he'd just go ahead and follow along. He'd most likely pay him. Heading off to the house, he had met the very wily man as he seemed to blabber and talk in a manner that wasn't quite comprehensive. He seemed to mainly speak to Dietrich in odd terms and vague meaning, as he kept mumbling about different things, such as a missing councilman and a threatening letter, as he showed him a letter that effectively said that was written in red pen and effectively said, "You know what you've done. If you want to make up for your sins, don't leave town and don't rerun for council. Otherwise, I'll have to drag you to the grave too." Having an enjoyable conversation with Braun, Dietrich then left to go investigate the house of the missing councilman, who is gone by the name Wilbert Deininger, the same person that Theo had read about. With our immaculate gunslinger hired as a mercenary for a moving caravan, He had gone through the mountain pass as they were having a conversation about the local boars that had been going wild in the area, typically knocking over cars and attacking people passing through, as suddenly their vehicle was attacked as 4 boars surrounded them. Getting onto the roof, Trevor managed to dispatch the boars as the other 2 mercenaries alongside the merchant had also fought them. Both of the mercenaries getting tossed by the boar as one of them slammed them with a car and ran out before getting impaled. Trevor also being attacked. Managing to dispatch them, Trevor was about to go back inside as he had noticed a woman stumbling out of the bush from nearby, as well as a car that had been attacked by the boars as his family was eaten. Asking the woman if she was okay and trying to check up on her, one of the mercenaries said went around back to make sure the situation was okay as she suddenly attacked him. Managing to push her off of him after Trevor had attacked her with his whip to try to subdue her, they made off to town, as that is where we are currently at now.
Man, I can't believe Trevor's fucking dead.
I can't believe
man.
this.
Hey, man.
Gosh
Shush.
dang it. Yes, Snack, I know. Wagner is pronounced Wagner now.
Wagner.
Look at all
Wagner.
those bit things
Wagner.
dropping down. Fun. Sorry.
Yeah. With the current situation, I think we should continue off where we left, which was Leone going to meet his contact.
Getting the room, then going to the contact.
Doing the what?
Getting a room at the inn.
Oh, you're going to go to the inn first?
Yeah, and then since it's closer, and then go see my contact.
Yeah. I do have things listed out a bit more properly in my explanation. I still don't have a map, but I
That's fine.
have a very well endowed. I have an area list at the top of my notes that specifically says where everything's in relationship with each other.
Okay.
Okay. I was also a bit wrong when I said it was on the way.
I thought it was like you backtrack like half a block.
Yeah, you pretty much
do it.
backtrack half a block. You have the central district, and then Johann's shop is a bit towards the like northwestern part, and then you
Okay.
backtrack a little bit to slightly.
But it's not super far. It's
not-
closer
not
to get
super
to
far.
the
It's like-
inn than to get to my contact.
Yeah, your contact is like in the western district, while the inn is more
Right there.
closer to the central. So it'd
Yeah.
only be about a block or two.
Yeah,
To
so it's closer, so we'd go there and then head to his contact.
Okay. So yeah, as you're leaving Johann's shop and getting on your motorcycle, are you riding your motorcycle there, or are you just walking? And I assume riding.
Riding.
Yeah. As you're riding your motorcycle through town, you end up stopping at the Zoom Messing Lock. Let me go down to my notes.
Under
Coming up to
the
a building,
bell.
coming up to a building made of half timber framing, Zoom Nesting Block seems to be about 3 stories tall. As from what you can tell from the outside, it consists of maybe 20 rooms, about possibly more. It's a very large inn. Hanging outside the door is a sign decorated in twin bells and brass plating that reads "The Messing Lock." Several windows contain boxes of vibrant pink and purple petunias hanging down from the second and third story of the building, as the foliage from the boxes extend down about nearly 2 feet in length. Gonna head inside?
I'm gonna head inside.
Okay.
Why am I am forgetting the name of the girl now.
Carla?
Carla. I knew it was something simple, which is why my mind couldn't remember it. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm ready.
Heading inside the inn, you see that it is very heavily furnished in traditional German clocks and hand-carved chairs and other odd knickknacks hanging from the walls. As you're about to head in, though, before you can see anything other than what you could see on the walls, you see a giant pot of chamomile in front of you, like a huge just plant of it in front of you, as you see about an 11-year-old pushing it, going, "Ugh!" As he is about to bump it into you before looking over and going, sorry, sir.
No, not at all. And then I'll get out of his way. Scoot out of his way.
It's a bit of effort as you try to walk through, and he goes, no, wait, I'll go ahead and move it. Give me a moment.
Do you need help moving it?
No, I'm fine. It's fine. Kind of just struggles as he slowly starts pushing it. It's gonna take a bit. It's inching across the floor. He stops for a moment as he wipes his hands down before trying to push it further.
I'm going to help him.
That kind of just closes his mouth as you slowly help him.
Where are we taking it, kid?
Just over here by the desk.
Alright. Then
Yeah.
I'll just base. How heavy is it?
It's about like 20 pounds, you'd say.
Oh, it's just too big and awkward for him.
Yeah,
specifically to
it's
carry.
pretty big and awkward.
Oh, then I'll just take it and move it.
Just pick up the entire thing for him.
Yeah.
He kind of looks at you for a moment as he seems to have kind of a pouting face on, but lets you take it. Setting it down by the desk, he looks at you as he goes, thanks, mister. I'm assuming you're here to get a room at the inn?
Yeah, I met Carla on my
Oh,
way off the
Carla?
train, and she said this is the best place in town.
Liz mentioned to you, then I'll go ahead and get mom or dad. They'll be really happy to hear that she's bringing in more customers for them. He'll go ahead and scamper off to the back as about a minute passes before the one great thing is that I wrote down a lot of notes, but I didn't organize them, so Control F is so good.
Control F has saved me a bunch of times at work, because we have to basically go through a bunch of PDFs with like 50 to 60 names on them.
Oh,
If
man.
I need to find a specific name, Control F has been a godsend.
Yeah.
Okay, continuing.
There it is. I just write so many details about stuff, and then I write the characters at the very end. Yeah.
Yes.
Stepping into the room is a big burly man. He appears to be about in his 50s as he has short blonde hair and wears a pair of lederhosens with an unbuttoned vest and a poet shirt. You notice that instead of shorts, he's wearing a pair of blue trousers and thick wool socks.
That's not how lederhosens work, Silver.
Shut up. It's trousers now. It's very cold out.
It's trousers with suspenders. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Continue.
He walks out as he looks at you and greets you and goes, welcome to the Zoom messing block. How may I help you? Looking to book a room?
Yeah, for about 2 or 3 days. If I need to extend it, I'll give you about a day. If I need to stay longer, I'll let you know.
Alrighty, 2 or 3 days, just one?
Just for one, yeah.
Alrighty.
Would you have like a back lot I could park my bike in, or
if you just want a small bike, we have a bike rack that you can go ahead and hook it up to.
No, it's not small at all. It's a motorbike.
Oh, a motorbike. You don't get many of these around here. Kind of looks around, takes a look at the back. I think you could probably fit it back there.
Is it like a courtyard type area?
Not quite. We don't have a proper courtyard, but I'm sure we could use one of the old sheds if you want.
And then, if it's no problem to you.
No, none at all. We don't use it much anyways.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and get you a padlock and stuff for it so you have a key to keep an eye on it and make sure that you're the only one that can access it.
How much would I owe you for all of this?
Well, the back room is free. You don't have to worry about that. A day at the inn is he gives you equivalent to about 8 silver pieces. So it'd be 24 silver pieces for the 3 days if you're doing that many.
Alrighty. I will give him 2 gold and 4 silver.
Okay. He'll go ahead and take it and go, don't worry about paying for food and everything. That's accounted with the room as well.
I
We just
appreciate
got
it.
done with lunch. I think my wife still has some left over if you want to get something.
I should be fine until dinner. Ate on the train and all.
Rode in on the train?
I did. Saw Carla with some plants, and I was taking her back to the store she worked. She recommended coming here.
Oh, you met Carla. How is she?
She's doing well, I would assume. I don't know her too well, but she looked like she was doing okay.
All right. Hope she didn't cause you any trouble or anything. She tends to go around and, poke her nose into things. Sometimes things she shouldn't. You'll find that she ends up bugging a lot of people who come into town about things. She's such a curious child.
Indeed, she is.
Well, if that's everything you need, your room will be, and he'll go ahead and hand you a key as it has a number on it. And he points to, it'll be on the second floor to the left. So,
Okay. I actually am meeting. I have a associate here in town, but we don't know each other well enough for him to offer me a room. So I'm going to be meeting him. Anytime I need to be back by, before you guys lock up the front.
Just try to be back before it gets about 11ish. Anywhere past then, we'll probably be in bed by that point. I'm sure my wife or me will go ahead and let you in if you get back later, but preferably don't.
Don't want to make you guys, you need to sleep as well. Don't want to take too much time away from you.
Yeah. No worries.
Well, I appreciate it. Sorry to just do all this and then turn tail and run.
No worries. The room will always be open for you for the 2 or 3 days you have, the 3 days you have booked for it.
Alrighty. And I appreciate it. And I will turn and walk out the front door.
Alright.
And I walk away. And now I head towards my contact.
Yeah. So I do have some information for you about them before you head there.
Okay.
So, particularly the contact had given you a house location which was in the western part of the district. So you have the central district, which is below the train station, and then you would go about to the left and then up, and it would be a bit more away, like several blocks away.
Okay.
They told you it would be a plain looking house. You would notice it by its distinguishing feature of like an tower next to it. Particularly, the contract is someone that you have never personally met before, as you know them by the faction they are part of, which is called the Scribes of Thought. Now, from what information you know of, the Scribes of Thought typically are what you would consider the reconnaissance, the intelligent network for the Atlas Association. They're some of the only people who are allowed to operate outside of the Atlas Academy, as they are pretty much the arbiters and that take care of all affairs relating to replication and theft of technology outside of Atlas Academy. Typically, they're also considered bookkeepers when it comes to most weaponry made or replicas that exist outside as well. So if you were to make anything that was a replica of, like, for instance, we have the Black Barrel replica. Now, of course, nothing that quite extensive, but anything that is a replication of another weapon, most likely they would probably keep an eye on that and make sure where it is.
Okay.
Oh yeah. The other piece of information that you would know about is that while they are an intelligence network and they are the final arbiters of issues relating to stolen goods and replicated goods outside of Atlas, they don't stick their necks out for you. What they do is for reclaimant agents, while they may work for Atlas and basically be your eyes and ears, informing you of like information concerning
They're not
matters.
going to put their neck out for me.
Yeah, they're not going to put themselves into any danger or like combat a threat with you. They will provide you an resources and an area to be in if need be.
Mm-hmm.
But anything beyond that, other than information and necessary tools, you typically won't expect from them.
Okay.
You also know that most of them operate by pseudonyms, as they typically don't use their real names or give it to people.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So, heading up to the northwestern district, you spend a bit of time as you look at the for one of the houses on the area that Carla had pointed you on the map earlier when you had asked about it. She pointed out a general district for you based on what you had told her from what you knew. After a while, you do come across a house that matches the description of what you were given. It's constructed also in a half timber style, as it appears about be 2 stories high. It has a raised tower next to it, and with a red gable extending out front, the house appears a bit crooked, slightly crooked, but otherwise normal, as both the windows are closed and the door is closed.
Okay.
Yeah. You do arrive at it, so if you want to go ahead and...
I'll walk up and knock.
Okay. You knock on the door. No answer.
Is there a code word or something I was told I would need to?
Particularly, you know that they don't do things like code words because it's somewhat suspicious a bit. However, from like the reclaimant agents you have, or not reclaimant, the Scribes of Thought have worked with before, you know that typically proclaiming your name or anything related to like you being a reclaimant agent or the associate atlas is typically enough for them to do a check.
I'll knock again, and then as I'm knocking, I will say, "It's Leone Favros. I'll be coming in," and then try and open the door. After about, if I'll say that, and then after about 5 seconds, I'll try and open the door.
Yeah, after you say that, you wait about a second or two before you suddenly hear a clicking sound as the front door seems to be suddenly unlocked and then slightly cracks open.
Hello there.
Yeah, it's not open. It's like it unlocked and then it budged.
Like, is there anyone trying to peek through?
Nope.
Oh, then I'll open the door.
Okay. Going down.
Beginning to take off my coat so that they can see my vest.
Heading inside as you're taking off your coat and opening a door, you see that inside is a moderately furnished hallway that seems to be leading up to a living room, as it's decorated in what you would expect, mainly a family house or perhaps a single person house to be. A long table with a phone is set off to the side of the door as a coat rack is right next to it. 2 coats are hanging upon the rack as several pairs of shoes, both men's, women's, and children's, are placed underneath the table. On top of it, the table has an assortment of phone books and magazines scattered across.
I will hang up my coat.
Okay.
Is there a light on in any of the rooms?
Yeah, the light in both the hallway and the living room is on, as you hear the sound of like a radio humming with a buzz as some German voices coming out of it, but you do not see anyone immediately.
I'll close the door.
Okay.
And then make my way towards the living room.
Okay. The living room is moderately furnished as well. It's typically what you would expect of family house, as mentioned before. You see as a couch is pushed up against the wall on the right side, and with the rugs laid out in front of it. Across from the couch is a small table stand with a table radio on top of it. Uh, uh, Looking around the room, there are a few toys that you see like out of the corner of your vision. As there's like a model car that it's like right next to the entryway that you're walking in, as you're probably going to try not to step on it.
Mm-hmm.
A case of tobacco is opened up on the nightstand next to the couch, or on the table next to the couch. On the other side of the room, you see a long, like, tubular, like I don't know how to define it because I said it as what it is instead of what it should be defined as looking at it. But you see a long, like, dome structure that stands about your height as a curtain is on top of it. The room seems to have another like level to it, as there is a kitchen probably like to the side, and
Mm-hmm.
then there's the upstairs.
I will call out, hello? Hello?
Calling out, you hear nothing but the sounds of the radio.
I'll make my way towards the structure then.
Yeah. As I said, there is a sheet thrown over it.
I will pull away the sheet.
Okay. Removing the curtain covering it, you see it reveals a crude-looking mechanical ibis perched at the bottom of a cage. As you remove the veil and stare at it for a moment, the eyes of the ibis open up as it begins speaking in a rough mechanical voice. Hello, I am Teta Sana Ados. Oh my, Alduma, one of the Scribes of Thought. I would assume that you are Leone Barivos.
Well, that is correct.
Kind of turns its head at this moment as it studies you. Ruffling the feathers, the ibis cranes its neck as it goes. I apologize for not appearing in front of you as myself, but as you may know, the Scribes of Thought, we are quite careful when it comes to revealing our identities so carelessly, especially even amongst our own ranks.
You gotta keep yourselves safe.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna ask him. I was told you have information on either something being distributed here, or at least where to head from here.
Yes, I have information that I was requested to give to you that the scribes had found within this region of Germany. We come to believe that a traveling merchant that has been going around the mountains of Hesse Naisau, has been peddling wares that have been replicated from Atlas technology, more particularly of what we believe to be Eldritch Cannon technology. He looks at you as he kind of tries to gesture, but doesn't, because it's an ibis.
Right, it's a bird.
Yeah.
When
So-
you say Eldritch Cannon, are you talking something more stylized like what I have? I don't pull out his.
Yeah, he takes.
Or is it more like it's a fucking cannon?
He looks at your Eldritch Cannon that you pull off the side, as the ibis kind of cranes its neck and goes, "It would be similar to what you employ, but it would be more akin to not quite a cannon, but more of a hand cannon, perhaps. It's bigger. though it is functional quite like a regular cannon, as it shoots energy, as it shoots force energy from it.
So it would be at least. So it's not as compact,
Yeah.
but it would still be like.
Effectively, what he's explaining to you would be a Mega Man cannon.
Okay, an arm cannon.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to get at. Does it look like an actual gun, or does it look like an actual cannon?
Yeah. He's effectively describing to you a Mega Man cannon.
Okay. And then would I have made my cannon myself, or would it have been based off of tech that
Your-
was cleared?
Your
me to
cannon
go on.
would have definitely been based off of like common technology within the Atlas. They don't like sharing their things, but there are certain like techniques and stuff that every alchemist knows of, and like particularly you being a artillerist, there is a model that all of them kind of based their own eldritch cannons off of.
Mhm.
However, the eldritch cannons that he is referring to are
Mm-hmm.
more permanent. You manifest yours, like you charge it with spell slots.
Mhm.
These ones pull mana from the air.
Okay.
Yeah, ambient mana.
So what I'm hearing is Leone has miniaturized it to a level no one else has gotten to yet, or
Leone's is definitely far more impressive than what most people have gone to. There are some people who have managed to like compress it into like a flint rock or a bore shaft even.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that's like a smooth bore one.
Okay.
But no one has quite gone it to the size that you have. The smallest someone has gone it has been an actual like hand cannon.
Like an oversized
Yeah,
gun, like basically a flintlock size one.
yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yours is the most modern looking one that someone has created.
And do you know anything about how many production numbers or anything like that?
Unfortunately, we are unable to keep an eye on the amount of units sold by the man. He appears to be very evasive as he's been traveling through the mountains, avoiding much of the other scribes, from what we can tell. He does, however, seem to be going around a couple different areas within Hesse Naisu, as we have determined a route for him to travel through. From our understanding, he is going to be stopping within the city of Hirschfeld within the next few days, if not soon, within like 2 or 3 even. He has, however, hired mercenaries with him to protect himself as he's been going through the mountains, wary of both us and whatever naturally occurring wildlife and dangers that might approach him. It'd be recommended that you take care of them as well.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Am I gonna shoot Trevor by accident?
Man,
Okay.
Better fucking not.
Is there a... Alright. Is there a certain way into town I should keep an eye out for, or...
there is this train station that towards the western area. However, I would expect that they are not coming through that. If they're going through the mountains, they would most likely be coming from the southern part of town, either the southwestern or southeastern. As for the merchant himself, we do not desire his death quite yet. We wish for you to capture him, and once you do, to bring him back here so we can question him about how he acquired the blueprints for the Eldritch cannons, and track down whoever may have provided them, as well as any additional units that were sold elsewhere. As for the mercenaries, you may feel free to dispose of them, or whatever suits you. I doubt that he had told any information concerning the cannon's production, or even potentially what he was carrying with him to them. they do not seem to be spellcasters as far as our information is gathered. So,
So, if I do employ my own cannon, I will probably have to kill the mercenaries.
quite potentially, it would be
Okay.
advised to do so.
Have I been known to pass off the Eldritch Cannon in combat as an actual gun?
Yes, you have been very well known to their information that you've done that.
Okay.
He'll even like mention it to you right after the fact of going, of course, your Eldritch Cannon can easily be mistaken as a real gun. We have known that you've employed methods of such when convincing civilians or others of its usage.
So it's out of character. So as long as I'm not spellcasting, I should be safe not knocking out the mercenary.
Yeah, you should be safe.
Okay.
You have been known to be able to get away with using the Eldritch Cannon itself for like its purposes of shooting out Force Blast and
Mhm.
convince people that it was an actual bullet. It took some convincing, as well as like them not quite having a proper sight of it when
Right.
you
Okay.
fired it. But it was it effectively made a similar noise to a real like gun, like a real bullet shooting out of it.
Okay. Then all right. Then is there any more information I should be aware of?
Once again, like craning its neck to look at you as if it's trying to think. The ibis kind of makes a noise as it looks over at you and goes, there is some peculiar matters that I had come across while in town. If you wish to look into them, I would appreciate it.
As they're they're above your station in regards to what you can and can't do.
What was your question?
Are they matters that, as an information gatherer, you need someone who's willing, or more willing to go
Yeah.
out?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not particularly something that would be of my current prerogatory right now. It's not my current objective to take care of other matters other than the merchant himself. However, I had noticed during some nights while in the city of Hirschfeld strange noises at night of wandering. I had taken a look at myself at one point out of curiosity in the western section of town before I had officially made my base, my workshop here. I wasn't able to quite determine what they were or who they were, but I had heard sounds of what sounded like metal, like armor, clanging around as cloaked figures were seen going through areas of the western residences, most predominantly around both the monastery ruins and the cemetery, as they seem to be carrying around halberds and
So, knights. It's either the
potent-
knights, the church, or automata.
I have had word that the church has dispatched a member here for some matter, most likely unrelated to this current one, as they had been going around areas similar, doing such. I'm not sure what their purpose was. However, I haven't seen their activities much within the past few weeks. Not that I kept much of an eye on them. My time was more busy spent setting up the workshop here for your needs if necessary.
Oh, so I basically wasted money at the inn.
Effectively.
Oh, well, I do have a more public lodging should I need it, but I've already spent the money on that. So if I really need the workshop, I'll come here. but I'll be staying in town if you need any further contact.
Understandable.
This is a
Oh, right. He had one
mostly-
more piece of information concerning them, by the way.
Oh, this is a more Lutheran part of the continent, right?
I believe specifically it is Protestant, if
Protestant.
not Lutheran.
So if I see someone in Catholic garb, that's not really the.
You wouldn't expect there to be like as many church members.
Testaments.
Yeah. You wouldn't expect to be like the Holy Roman Church. The town itself. Actually, give me a religion check real quick.
I'm good at those. Come on. It's not rolling.
You're good at those. I mean, you're not quite sure. You know that at one point, like a long time ago, a couple hundred years ago, the city of Hirschfeld was what's
Had
the
a
word?
Catholic monastery.
Oh yeah, it had a Catholic monastery. It's basically one of the religiously protected areas within Germany for like Catholics and such.
Okay. You can go back to sorry. You can go back to what you were saying about the last thing.
Yeah. He was just going to like tilt his head as he went. It is curious to see them wandering around town though, especially during odd hours of nights. I'm not sure what their activities consist of. However, it leads me to believe that potentially there may be more than just a stop on the merchant's journey when it comes to this town. If they are automatas or something of similar nature, as you had mentioned, it's possible that the merchant may be having dealings within someone else selling Eldritch Cannon units. If so, I would like you to try to track them down and follow them. If not during the nights when you find the merchant, apprehend them and find out what information you can.
If I run into any of the priests, I may be able to sway them to help us, as they are not fans of unnatural things.
Yes. It is a risky solution, but a viable one.
I have some friends back in Rome. I think I can talk them into it.
Okay.
Because that's what he does. Is he does when if he's ever in Rome for extended periods of time, he's fixing up stuff that's been made for the church by
Oh,
Atlas.
yeah, they would totally know that then.
Okay.
You would still say it's risky business.
Because he would work with very certain people on that.
Yeah, it's a risky solution. We understand what your activities consist of. However, the church here is not quite the same as the church you may know of.
All right. Well, which way to the actual workshop, or is it this room here?
Upstairs, you will
Upstairs.
find in the master bedroom.
Much appreciated.
And after that, he will look at you as he goes, "If you would please kindly put the curtain back onto the cage, I will be deactivating the ibis until the next time you require my services. This is as far as my help will be able to extend to, unfortunately. The next time that you were to uncloak it, I would expect you to have your mission completed, so we may have the scribes come by and take whatever is necessary. If you haven't destroyed the cannons themselves, we do not need them reclaimed, merely
Disposed of.
disassembled."
Understood. May I set and Thoth watch over you?
May a set to watch over you. And
And
may
then I
thought guide you.
I will replace the thing.
Yep. Putting the current on, you hear as like the slight whirling that was coming from it slowly stops as the gears stop spinning.
I'm gonna check out the workshop, see if there's anything of use up there.
Yep. Heading upstairs, you do see a couple of rooms. Probably like picking one at random, you would find what would appear to be a children's room, as it has like clothing and stuff, or like it has a bed and like toys in it, and like it appears to be a boy's room.
So
As-
basically, they set up this entire house to look like a family was living there.
Effectively, from what you can pull.
Okay.
Heading into another house, another one of the rooms, you end up finding what you could gather to be the workshop, as it has a certain like magical, like a certain mana to it that differentiates it from the other rooms.
I can feel the bounded field type, like,
Yeah,
there-
you can feel that's a workshop. You can feel the bounded field around it.
okay, like how stuff settles different than if it were out in the open.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let me look for something because there's a specific note that I'm not finding. Ah, there it is. Inside the master bedroom, you find like an adult's room that seems to have seems to be like decorated as if like a man and a woman lived here, as there's clothes in the closets, dresses, nightstand, a bed. However, you do notice that some things seem to be pushed off to the side to make room for stuff. As inside, you find an alchemist lab, a and a set of, on one of the tables, a set of thieves' tools, artisans' tools, and tinker tools. Or it's lying on a bench nearby. As are several minor bags of like components on them. There's like several minor bags, as well as what you would see as like what artificer components, and a vial of red liquid on the table.
Okay. I will pocket the liquid.
Okay, go ahead and add a potion of healing to your inventory.
Okay. Bum 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 bum. And then you said Smith's tools?
Thieves, artisans, and tinkerers.
I will take the thieves, because I already keep a tinker's tools on me. And I don't need the artisan's tools at the moment.
Yeah.
At least I don't think.
Also, because you've worked with like agents of thought, you do know that when it comes to like when it comes to any materials components, such as like bags of like whatever you'd use for casting spells and like potions, that stuff is for you to keep. You can use that however you want.
Okay.
However, when it comes to tools that they leave out, they know that alchemists particularly need things for like creating whatever wands and whatever instruments they need. Those are effectively, while you're in town, borrowed. They expect them to be brought back at the end of the mission.
Okay.
So while you're in town, you can keep the thieves, arsons, and tinkerers tools on you. You could potentially try to sneak off with them.
But they
I'm
would
not sure
know.
how well that would go.
Yeah, no, I would. Okay. But no, I had a set of tinker's tools beforehand.
Yeah,
But the smith's tools and thieves' tools, I will keep a note of to give back unless something.
there wasn't any smith's tools. They
There
didn't
wasn't?
think that far ahead.
Oh, then never mind. Then just the thieves' tools then.
They set down what the basic stuff that most alchemists use. They didn't consider the fact that you were a artillerist. I don't think artificers use smith's tools. Not that I saw, anyways.
I have proficiency in them.
It might be from your class,
Yeah, that's what it is.
the subclass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then after gathering all that stuff, I'm gonna head back into town. I
Okay.
have to stop by the shop.
With that, we are going to go ahead and switch to Dietrich right now. I also just realized I forgot to set my timer, even though I had it open. Yeah, 50 minutes. Oh, yeah, because we were 30 in, or 40. Hello, zombie. Are you there?
I am here.
Oh, scrolling down. All right. Leaving. Oh wait, scroll down a little bit more. Where is it? Oh, right. I do have an actually like a specific note for you now of what the letter said, because there was a bit more than just the basics. So leaving Braun Dreyer's house, the your attendants follow you as one of them. If you don't have a letter, one of them brings it with them, as well as a what was it? They had received a letter with a address. That's what it is. An address to the house that you're supposed to be going to, as they pointed out to you and give you the directions that you'd probably want to head to. The letter specifically, by the way, other than just like saying that it was, you know what you've done, don't leave town and continue your campaign, there was an additional set of information in it. As you noticed, by the way, that like, while I mentioned before that was written in a very like childish, sloppy, like shaky hand, it seemed that some areas the pen, whatever it was, like the whatever they wrote in, which was most likely a red pen, had been pressed down and bled into the paper, as there was splotches in it as well. But it says, if you want to atone for your sins you've caused, don't leave town or continue your campaign if you want to attend for the sins you've caused against me, Willie. If you lie, you will have to carry the weight to our grave before another victim is made. I will put that specifically down in chat. All right. Heading down to the address that was given to you. Did I not? Oh, I have to work with column mode. You find the house of Wilbert Deininger, which is particularly it's a blue house with a gray roof that's instead of made in the like half timber style that most of the houses in the area is made in, it's more made in a style that's similar to how bronze is, which is more of a colonial style that's has a like instead of like the 3-story layout that all the houses have, it's more of like a 2-story, really, if barely that.
That was a big size.
The house appears to have a fairly simple lawn. It's a bit set apart from most of the other houses. It's not quite as much as bronze is, with like an iron fence around it, but it has a bit more lawn space, as it's not quite on a corner, but like near the middle of one of the districts, towards the southern area. What do you want to do?
I'm going to enter through the gate and just walk up to the front door and try to open the door. Try to walk into the house.
Okay. Walking up to the front door, you go to turn the doorknob as it is locked. taking a look at your current situation, one of your attendants look at you as they go, Liege, if you want, I can go ahead and try to open the door. I have training in this.
That would be good.
They will pull out from their pocket a set of thieves' tools. As a nat 1. You just
Oh boy.
you just see as they pull out a set of like lock picking tools effectively as they try to lock pick the front door, and one of the tools just one of the needles just breaks. That didn't go as I expected.
That dude just Skyrim'd it.
It may take a bit longer than I thought it would.
No hurry.
And yeah, no, he definitely opened that door that second time. He almost nat 20'd. So immediately afterwards, he pulls out another like bump for it, another like pick as he puts it in, and after a couple seconds of jiggling it around, you hear a clicking sound as the door unlocks. There we are. I don't think anyone would suspect anything. It doesn't seem like there's much people around.
Shouldn't be any problem anyway. I'm going to enter into the house.
Okay.
Begin to take a look around for anything out of place. Blood splatter, that kind of thing.
Let's see. I had an entire thing for something else. I have to scroll down. Walking in the house, you find the living room that's fairly like well decorated. It's not too accentuated. You do know, like, out of the entire place, while looking through it, there seems to be a very peculiar taste when it comes to this man. As the first thing that catches your eye is the head of a red deer displayed above the mantle, as he has like a fireplace and like a chair set off to the side with a like desk and a couple of magazines by it. Taking a look at the magazines, you notice that a lot of them are hunting magazines, like hunting catalogs, gun catalogs, knife catalogs. By the deer, there is also a couple of like mounts of rabbits and camoys, which is like effectively mountain goats for the region. There is a hallway leading down to what appears to be like probably like a bedroom, maybe bedroom or two, and then there's the kitchen for whatever one you want to go to.
Please feel free to go and check some of the other rooms while I look around here.
Okay, yes, Age. The others will split up into the other rooms as you check around the living room. Roll me an investigation check.
All right. Solid.
Big
Hans and Franz are there to pump you up.
Franz, though. I'm just gonna real quick. Don't worry, they're not doing much better than you. They're definitely not doing much better than you. Oh, that person did something. So yeah, you take a man. One of them rolled lower than you, and one of them rolled the same.
Bravo.
Bravo. Taking a look around the living room, you don't really find much out of place, as it appears to be fairly like well kept. a bit dusty. It seems to have collected some dust during the time the man was missing. You knew from what you heard of like Braun's random like ramblings. As he didn't really give you much information, he seemed to be very excited about like the entire situation, especially after you can like went, yeah, man, definitely like ghosts or something, you know? He seemed to skip over a lot of details for you, but you do remember clearly that he mentioned a few weeks that what's his name? Wilbert had been missing. After a bit, the other two, the veteran and one of the others end up coming out from like the kitchen and like the bedroom as they don't find anything. Stepping out of one of the other rooms after a while, one of the Franz comes out of the what do you assume to be like some sort of office, maybe, as they're holding paperwork with him. I found this scattered across the floor. It seemed he left quite a mess. Or a bit of one, anyways.
I will look at the report that he's holding there.
Yeah. Taking the work from Franz, it seems to be a lot of papers that are related to like Wilbert's like politics. It seems to be related to a lot of like councilman business, as Braun did mention he was a councilman, as it has a lot of the current like situations going on that they're discussing, as well as like just pieces of paper that are crumbled up or like crossed out, have a lot of crossed out stuff on them, and a lot of things circled, as it seems to be a heavily edited like rough draft of what some of the points he wants to make in his upcoming like issues that he wants to bring up to them. Is a lot of them appear to be related to, from what you can gather, wild boars that have apparently been spotted in the mountains that have been causing troubles for like people passing through. You're not quite sure of all the details though, as a lot of them are scribbled out or like probably not on this piece of paper.
Okay. And we'll use invocation to detect.
What were you saying? You're cutting out a little bit.
I'm detecting magic.
Are you detecting magic in the area? Let me open that up real quick to remember what the exact duration. You sense presence magic within 30 feet of you. You go ahead and open up like your detect magic like radius of 30 feet around you, as nothing within the living room itself appears to be magical. There doesn't appear to be any traces like lingering magic or anything. You're not quite sure if that's because no magic has been used or it's been just that long since anything has been investigated.
Okay.
Let me roll something real quick while you're kind of taking that. That's enough. While you're opening up your detect magic and studying the papers, one of the Hans looks around the room. Actually, what's the name of the veteran again? I forgot.
Oh, the veteran is Anders.
Anders.
He goes by his last name.
Okay. Anders is his last name?
Yeah.
Anders kind of looks over at like a bit of the area as he kind of stops here for a moment and points to the window. as has been examining it for a bit and goes, "This right here, it's busted." Kind of opens it up. The latch on it falls off a bit as it just gives way and the window opens up. He also points out to you that there have been some abrasion markings on it, particularly on the inside of the window. It appears something has scratched it up some.
But it came from within.
Yeah, that's a strange thing. But it also,
Out of character, which way does the window swing? Does it or is it like it slides up and
it's a
down?
slide up window.
Oh, okay.
Particularly on the inside, which is most of the markings. However, he has noted that the latch is broken on it. So if you were to try to open it from the outside, most likely you would have been able to.
If I tried to open it from where?
From the outside, you most likely would have been able to.
You wouldn't have been able to?
You would have been able to.
Okay, I would not?
Would.
Would, okay.
Would have.
You're cutting out on my end too, and I know it's because of my connection, but
Ah, okay. Right. By the way, I forgot to do this. During the time of the last campaign, when everyone arrived, it would have moved up another 30 minutes, like 1 o'clock. Let
okay.
me just add that real quick. And double click. There it is.
If I know what if I'm looking for something in specific, do I roll a separate investigation check for that?
What specific thing are you looking for?
I'm looking specifically for other abrasions, other marks of some sort of creature, perhaps on the ceiling, or along the furniture, and then any signs of maybe a struggle that was covered up, shifting things here and there to look for where furniture where there's patterns in the dust where it's not settled because the furniture was moved or something.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and roll the investigation, and one of them will also help you because they would probably after pointing that out know what you're going to be doing. So roll that with advantage. Didn't need it, but it's pretty good. So yeah, you're take a look through I'm assuming just the living room, or are you taking a look through some of the other areas as well?
Yeah, I'm searching around the house, but I'm kind of trying to follow from the window to another location to a degree.
Okay. You don't notice quite any disturbances as dust, but you do notice that there is scratches around the areas of the office as well as the bedroom. It appears to be, but mainly around the office there appears to be scratch marks. As well, I'm assuming you're entering both of them at some point. Walking into the bedroom. Where is it? Scroll down. Walking in the bedroom, you find that the master bedroom, you find that it is slightly disorganized, as closet doors are halfway left open while the bed sheet is thrown over onto the bed undone. There are slight indentures into the bed cover itself. It is a bit dusty. It has been some time, so it's not as prominent. But examining it with your investigation, you would definitely tell that something had been thrown onto the bed, as if it had stayed there for a while. As there are clothes scattered around it a bit disorganized, but mostly folded. Taking a look through the closets and dressers, you would note that several hangers are empty without anything in them or on them, and drawers that are not all the way full. As there's a sock drawer that has been disorganized a bit, as some of them seem to be probably missing. Assuming that the sock drawer would be kept full. On top of the nightstand is a map of Hesse Neisu, as another one of Hirschfeld and the surrounding cities, such as Honeck, Etterfeld, Honfeld, and Razdorf are flipped open. On another map, like another page of the map that's set off to the side, there's also like the major cities of Fulda and Wurzburg open as well.
Okay.
Any thoughts?
No, there's no woman in the house. That was a
What?
bad joke. I'm sorry. He said any thoughts, and I was like, no.
Uh-huh.
Ooh.
See,
Boo.
how
How dare.
How dare. This good Christian household.
Good old Christian household.
what check would it be to like try to remember if there have been any like animal attacks in the region? Like, I guess that's more of like you just need to gather information, I guess.
Yeah, that would probably be something of gathering information. Give me a general. I'm trying to think. What would be that? Would be like an intelligence check, just a general intelligence check.
We're
To
gathering
recall
information.
Well, to try to like remember what he's heard on the way into town, rather than like he didn't ask anybody about this information. It's not really gathering it. It's does he remember hearing anything about this place? Something that somebody might have mentioned when he said he was going there. Who knows? You said what kind of check?
Yeah, just roll me a general intelligence check.
Okay. Out of character, I have ideas, but in character, I'm not. I'm also out of character, kind of like don't know what to do with clues.
Yeah, you've definitely heard of things. Now, particularly, you would have heard from your family that like you should probably take the train or something through the area because it's been reports of like wild boars in the mountains. So try to avoid going through like the southern region of it when you come through. If you need to like loop around, take the train, go through the northern regions because it apparently is boars that have been reported, and also from what you've heard, like boarding the train and just overhearing conversations and such, or even from the radio or whatever weather information that might have been mentioned to you, of like wild boars in the mountains have been known for like attacking past travelers within the past month or two, as they appear to be fairly like more vicious, bigger than your typical boar.
I feel like I'm being called out here.
I mean, it's your fault for going through the South Trade. Don't worry, Leonie's gonna be making his way south anyway.
Listen, man. Shush. It's zombie's turn right now.
Actually, you've also heard that some people have been reported as going missing, even. Particularly, like the radio has occasionally like broadcast if you were tuning into one of the stations in Hesse or listening to one of like a list of people that have gone missing. One of them is you would know actually to be Wigbert, or not Wigbert. Is that his name? Yeah, Wilbert. Thinking about it. Though they didn't say councilman, they just said Wilbert Deininger.
Okay. This is not quite the information I was thinking of. I'm over here like, this guy's a werewolf. He broke out of his own house. It's the only way that the clues fit together.
It's always werewolves.
Listen, man.
Night werewolf. One night ultimate werewolf, man.
Good thing he's
He's
not a
like,
werewolf.
yes,
in London.
supernatural. Claw marks. Opened from the inside.
By
He
the way,
didn't get kidnapped.
By
Or vanished. He escaped in wolf.
He kidnapped himself with.
zombie. He, particularly, he would have pointed out that it wasn't claw marks.
Oh.
It's not animal, from their understanding. You're
Okay,
not sure.
the gouges,
be
not
abrade-
claw marks. I'm dumb.
It seems to be abrasions.
Okay.
Like something either slammed against it or something. There was like scratch marks, but it wasn't particularly claws. It's too like rounded to be claws.
All right, so I will turn to Franz and Anders and I pass them the maps and stuff, and I let them look at them, and then I tell them, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" And I wait for them to tell me what they're thinking.
They look at the maps a bit as they look at the room. Let me just roll general intelligence checks for them. I don't know what that man's thinking. Anders kind of looks at you as he as he thinks for a moment, kind of like rubbing his chin as he goes, obviously the man seemed to probably have been in a hurry to get out of here. Seems he was packing up, maybe. A lot of the clothes are missing, and there seems to be maps of the area. I'm not sure if he was planning on going somewhere. Not sure what these maps are about, honestly, your liege.
That's what I was thinking as well. I'm not certain as to why it is that these maps were placed where they were.
It's possible
Awfully
that you had them just in the bedroom while he was packing up and forgot to take them, or even had a different set. I had noticed, by the way, the one who had checked the office before that he also had maps in his office as well. I didn't stop to take a look at a lot of them. I was mainly focused on reporting back to what I found, which I thought this was the most strangest one in there. Kind of the papers they handed you before.
Okay.
It seems the office has quite the amount of paperwork in it.
I am thinking here. My silence is not just me being dead silent. It is me being into like
Understandable.
trying to like put together. The thing I'm worried about is that like I'm worried that like I missed a clue or something you gave me
You could
because
always
I was.
check the office if you want.
Yeah, I'll check the office. Thanks.
The office explodes.
The office explodes. It's a glyph of warding with a 5th level fireball. Bam, everyone's dead.
It's
Oh.
possible that I survived that. It's only 10 meters damage.
Only.
Only.
Why didn't my detect magic pick that up?
You would have picked it up immediately before you stepped into it.
It's a
Actually-
34.
It would have picked up like oh, you're walking down the hallway, man. There's no glyph of warding. Don't worry, you're safe.
Shade's just over here trying to murder me.
Hey, that wasn't me.
Oh, wait.
Heading to the main office, that which is across from the other side of the bedroom on the hallway, or the main office study, you do walk into Wilbert's office, as it appears that inside it's not big, it's relatively small. There's like bookshelves in the back and like on the sides, and has a fireplace in it. A desk sits directly at the back of the room, as a green reading lamp rests upon a surface with stationery and a container of writing supplies next to it. Papers are slightly scattered across the floor. Some of them do appear to be from like what one of your attendants had handed you before when they came in into the living room after investigating. Most of them, if you were to pick them up, appear to be like related to the current politics and matters of the town, as mentioned before and as you read. I can't scroll down. On the desk, you find the maps that were mentioned to you, as you also find some of the other documents if you want to read through those. And
I heard.
Hmm? Oh, he's cutting out.
No, I'm trying to last thing that from you, because then as soon as I got back into the call, you.
Yeah, you're all robot-y for me right now.
Hmm.
Not sure why it's this chat that's doing it. Because he didn't have issues yesterday in like an hour one.
I don't know, man. I lost connection for a minute there. I got booted from the
Oh.
call.
Okay, I think you're good. What was what was the last thing you heard?
That was what I'm trying to remember.
Do you want me to just restate it real quick?
Yeah.
Effectively, when you walk into the room, you see like a desk and a fireplace and bookshelves. You see a green lamp on top of the desk with like a set of stationery, like writing supplies. The papers that one of your attendants had brought to you before is like still scattered on the floor. Some of them is actually like picked up and collected, so it's not as big of a mess. It wasn't really that big of a mess before. On the desk, you find other like papers that appear to be not quite as rough drafts, but like more proper outlines of what the ones scattered across the floor would be, as well as some additional maps with what you can tell would be newspaper clippings and like notes written on them.
I'll look at the newspaper clippings.
Okay.
What are these notes?
Yep. Taking a look at like the newspaper clippings and the notes on his table, you can see that a lot of them are related to the wild boar attacks that have been occurring within the past about month or two within the mountains of Hirschfeld. From what you can tell also, because most of the newspaper clippings are related to notes, and the notes are attached to like more documents that are related, that are more up to date, like not quite finalized, but like getting their versions of his policies that he has been writing down, as he seems to be particularly like major, like a large component of like trying to get rid of the boars within the mountains, as the clippings are, as mentioned before, typically related to those and like attacks and reports that have been put into the newspaper about like people getting attacked in the mountains and such. From what you can tell of his writings, he seems to be his position is either he wishes to hire people to get rid of the boars in the mountains, like hunters to go out there and exterminate them, or get like rid of the ones closer to the mountains of Hirschfeld that are nearer to the city, or to set up some sort of like blockade or barricade or like night watch to make sure boars don't slip into town, because there has been reports as well of like the boars starting to descend from the mountains a bit and have been spotted near the town. There's even been one of like some of them entering the town, though those are very sparse, as there's about only 2 clippings of that. And then the map is particularly just another smaller map of the Hirschfeld, particularly the mountains itself, with some aerial areas circled on it where the attacks have been.
Looking around, does he like have like a gun case or anything?
Yeah, you wouldn't see any in the living room. However, he does appear to have a collection of like knives on his desk, like hunting knives and like just display knives, as well as he has a gun case with like a rifle in it.
Okay. Are there any like empty hooks or anything for like a gun to be sitting on, or
Yeah, there would be like a single empty hook, as there is a gun missing from what you can tell.
and there's like a knife shaped like edge? I guess knives oftentimes, if you have them on your desk, you probably play with them often enough that they probably don't actually get dusty and leave behind an imprint where they used to be. I have a terrible idea.
Yeah. I did want to mention there was one additional thing on his desk that I skipped past because I put it below the other stuff. You will note that on his desk there is a picture frame, as much of the other like rooms and stuff that I also forgot to mention. There was a lot of like pictures of like family and what you can tell as associates. There was some pictures of like what you could see as probably being Gilbert or Wilbert, based on the man appearing in most of the pictures, as there were some with Braun as well. A bit younger, probably like a couple of years before this point of them like shaking hands and whatnot, and a couple other like councilmen and councilwomen around them. And then on his desk there is a picture of what appears to be like a young woman, probably in her 30s, maybe 40s, hugging him, as seemed to be fairly happy.
This silence is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends.
Brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. It'll sneak up on you.
I'm just trying to decide, should I just go off to the big circle?
Go off to what?
Go off to which the big.
Oh. I don't know what you just said. You're cutting out.
Go wherever the biggest circle is in five. I just hunt for.
Ah. Just, I have a map. It's time to go exploring.
Is the not helping me. Dumb brain right now. All I've got is circled map locations. Missing gun.
You notice as like while you're looking around the desk, you take a look down at like your feet. I'm still using your previous investigation roll, by the way. You take a look down at your feet as you notice that your shoes are a bit red. They have like red splotches on them.
I look under the desk. Is there a body under the desk?
Yep, there's a big old body under the desk. No. You see that there's a trash can under the desk that has a lot of like thrown papers and other like things in it, like thrown out, probably like, I don't know, drafts that he most likely. Yeah. You notice from the bottom of it, it is leaking something, as there's a bit of a puddle. It's not really that big, but most of it's dried up on the flooring, as there is some wet substance, like some red wet substance that's on the side of it.
Smell like blood?
Do you smell it?
Yes.
No, it doesn't smell like blood. Does it smell metallic enough? I'm actually trying to figure out what this thing would smell like. I know I've smelled it before, and the closest thing I would be able to say is it smells like Sharpies almost. But that's not right.
What do you mean?
Like a alcohol kind of smell?
No, it's not alcohol.
No.
Actually, let me just look up what this thing would smell like.
We've hit an hour and a half, by the way.
Okay, we'll finish up.
I've wasted so much of
It smells like incense, and yeah, apparently it smells like incense.
kind. That's a very broad category.
I'm not sure what kind, honestly. It's what it's listed as. One of your attendants looks at you as they kind of go, "Do you just want to and check what's in there?"
Do I just want to what?
Do you want us to go ahead and dump out the trash can for you and check?
Yes.
They dump out the trash can. They dump it out onto, like, they clear out a portion of the decks to dump it out onto. As you see, like, a very, very red pile of paper near the, like, as it's starting to fall out, as a lot of the paper from the bottom is starting to fall off the top, you notice that it starts getting very deep color red, as what appears to be a red pen is, like, splintered as the tip is broken off of it, like bent as it's profusely leaking. Most of it has probably already run dry, as all the paper is not wet. However, there is still, like, some ink running off of it. Do you want to go ahead and go on a break while you think about the current situation?
Yes.
Okay.
Alrighty.
All right. We'll be going on a break for 10, 15 minutes, maybe, if not even that.
Alrighty, break time. I gotta refill my water because I forgot one of the bottles in the car.
Oh no.
I'll be back.
So, Zombie, tell me, what are your current thoughts at the moment?
Those are my thoughts.
Those are your thoughts.
Empty brain right now.
Well, let's have a rundown of the situation you've gone through so far.
I've got a galaxy brain going on right now, but it's an empty galaxy.
So right now, from the current situation off the top, you had visited Braun Dreyer, who
Who's convinced it's a supernatural event.
who's convinced that a supernatural event has occurred, as he's rambled off about a lot of details, like ambiguous details, and I've listed down some of them to recount for you, just in case. Also, just for my own benefit, because I didn't like quite what I was doing before. The details he had mentioned to you were things such as, and some of them will probably be ones that you didn't hear before that you probably hear now. Would be things such as saying, I knew that Wilbur, that he should have listened to me, not left town, and saying things such as like, I might be next. Oh no. And it's just like before. I knew I should have shown the letter to someone else before it's too late. And then saying things like, oh, things like mentioning the Nazi. Oh, how's it pronounced again? The Nazi here. And things like, it's like the vampire murders. It's once again in our case of the vampire murders. He had you a letter that said, that was written in some sort of red something that was in a very shaky hand. Had red blotches on it as well, as it appeared like something probably pressed down too hard when writing it. That said, you know what you've done. Don't leave town or continue your campaign if you want to atone for the sins you've caused against me, Willie. If you lie, you'll have to carry the weight to our grave before another victim is made. After arriving, you entered the house. You has searched around. He mainly seems to be like a hunting fanatic, probably. He has like a lot of hunting stuff in his house. He seems to like knives, potentially more than guns. He has a lot more knives than he has guns. One of your butlers said, or one of your Andres had pointed out that the window latch was broken and it appeared to have a lot of abrasions of something hit against it, and like a lot of scratch marks, not claw marks, but more of scratch marks, as the inside of the window was broken. So it was quite possible that you could open it, even if someone tried to lock it, either from the inside or outside. There was a lot of maps in his bedroom, a lot of like what appeared to be him trying to throw stuff in maybe, I don't know, a suitcase and get out of there. Maps of Hirschfeld, maps of like some of the other cities like Fulda and Wurzburg. Where's that?
It's a red pen in his trash.
A red pen in his trash. He's missing a gun. He appears to be an advocate of trying to hunt down the boars that have been attacking people, and some people have been known to go missing going through the mountains. I should mention to you, by the way, when it was the mountains to the south, the areas such as Fulda and Wurzburg were specifically areas to the south. In relation to Hirschfeld. Southeastern.
This guy have a life insurance policy out on himself. Listen, man, I really honestly am really bad at investigations. My general principle is that there's only got to be like 3 solutions. 1, if it's got any sort of supernatural stuff in it, the guy's actually the monster. 2, if there's any sort of like evidence that the guy has in any way been involved with their disappearance, they disappeared themselves. And 3, it's always your own like closest ally who's actually the murderer. Like, I mean, they're only at this point, the 3 options are still all in play. I'm just waiting for Anders to slip up.
The Anders to slip up? Anders was the one that murdered him. He brought you to this town to murder you!
I mean, zombie, let's go explore the south.
You still have a desk to explore, by the way. They literally were opening up a desk before you saw the trash can.
I have cake
I'm
I'm
worried
heading
that I'm
south.
going to spend the entire session just looking over this guy's entire house, and there's nothing in his house relevant other than zombie. He took a gun and has advocated for the killing of the boars. He went to go kill some boars. Just go kill some boars.
Go south and look for him. But
No,
then
tell me what to do. I'll fight you.
you have to go south to do that.
All right, Silver, take me to take me to Snack so that I may slay him.
The entire party is going to meet up and they're all going to try to kill each other immediately.
Of course.
That's about right. I mean, I already figured out that I'm going to be running into Trevor.
I thought to be honest, the moment I was mentioning everyone's like reasons for going to town at the beginning of first session, I was trying not to say it in a way that obviously portrayed the fact that Trevor might be the person, might be the merchant that Leone was told about. might be with the merchant. I was like, oh, I said that too close together. I might screw it up.
I didn't put it together until I like thought about it, but I was like, nah, he's not going to make it that easy. So I was like, and it wasn't until you said hired mercenaries that don't know what they're moving. I was like, ah.
Potentially don't know what they're moving. It would be silly if you were to hire people that weren't spellcasters, and we know they're not spellcasters he hired.
Which means I have to kill them.
Maybe.
Listen, I know exactly what we're moving.
What are you moving?
Crates.
Tequila.
Shit, you're right. Shit, he's right. Have you looked inside of the crates?
That's not a part of the job description.
What's in the box?
If I open this box and I see cannons, we're gonna have some words.
If one of those words or a few of those words are "it's hot at noon," then fuck off.
It's high noon.
Look at Leone there, staring off the screen, looking at the chat on Streamlabs.
Actually, I
It's
don't.
high noon.
It's noon.
Is everyone back?
It's Hanu.
Christian here? You know what? Real quick, before we do start, if
Yes.
Christian is back or not, I'm going to use the bathroom.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep eating cake. Yeah. Now the question is, who's gonna fire first?
I won't. I'm gonna say, hey, I have reason to believe you have stolen stolen. This gentleman's moving stolen property. Can I check it out? That'll leave you alone.
No, I never implied that firing would mean firearms. Firing words, my dude.
Oh,
That's a phrase that people use, right?
no.
Snack, you gotta work with me on this, man.
No.
Stop. You gotta fuck your partner, man.
Wait, what?
What?
Do you guys not remember the the Logan explaining how to act?
No.
Oh, let me
Find the
let me
clip.
just see if I can find the quote.
Oh my.
There's gonna be one day where I compile a Logan Laidlaw once said
Book.
thing, like the YouTube videos of like X person on Critical Role once said.
I mean, hey, I'd watch it.
All right, I'm back.
Ah, there it is.
I forgot.
Logan Laidlaw on 8/12/2019, while having just recently discussed the phrase "kill your babies," then moves on to talk about how it's only really passed around by people with certain skill sets and jobs. It's really not something that has any place in day-to-day conversation. Right along with the acting idiom, "Don't masturbate, fuck your partner."
Okay, I get what that means,
Yeah, yeah.
but god damn it.
God damn it, Logan.
God damn it, actors! You're all a bunch of degenerates.
Hey,
We are all.
I
degenerates.
said what I said. You wanna fight?
No, because you're right.
I mean, Snack, you're over here not as an actor. I'm just gonna say you're not an actor, my dude.
Did
You might
drama.
be a
Did
voice
drama in
actor,
high
but you're
school.
not a real actor.
I did drama in high school, my boy.
I was unaware of that fact. I mean, actually, I'm pretty sure I was aware of it. I just forgotten.
I was always comedic relief, but
I too was a joke to people around me.
oh damn.
oof.
Discussion here.
Your
Yes,
ideas are
test,
your
test,
babies.
test,
You
test.
love them and cherish
Oh.
them, want to see them grow up. One shouldn't be afraid to kill them if forcing them would be detrimental.
Moral of the story: murder the child. Wait.
Kill the boy!
Kill.
Has anybody playing a Magus in this game?
What?
Has anybody playing a Magus in this game?
I mean, Snack will eventually.
Mhm.
Well, Logan has updated the file to reflect balancing concerns.
Oh boy, I can't wait for the.
Like just now.
I can't wait for.
Like 4 minutes ago.
I can't wait for the things that he said that scale based on total level to scale based on Megas now.
Yep.
That's the one thing that's gonna be
It says concerns about magic circuits and affinity with the 5.
Oh, is it only that? All right.
Alright,
I will look over that.
I will. While Zombie's doing his stuff, I will look at that.
Because I have
Okay.
that PDF.
Or I swear, if the actual thing is that he just went on a hunting trip, I'm gonna be a little peeved.
But you're getting paid for it,
Oh, he
regardless.
No,
images.
Dietrich won't be peeved. I'll be peeved because I'm sitting here overthinking this heavily.
Maybe that's what he wants you to do. Maybe that's what Silver wants you to do.
Why you
I
bullying me like this, man? I'm doing shit.
Braun is a bit of an eccentric. He's a worrywart. You saw him. He was like that coffee, like conspiracy theorist type person. Also, because I didn't like properly get to write out the layout for him, he he does have a cork board in his room. He has a lot of pictures of like family and stuff.
My
And, like,
family's trying to
absolute
kill me for money.
So biggest
They've
change
hired a mage to do it. I just know it. Every day, I get this sudden urge to sneeze when the wind blows really, really
Oh, I
like
forgot.
strongly in the summer
Shade,
and spring,
you sent it to
and
me,
the
so I
flowers are in
Mhm.
bloom.
Okay, you ready?
I'll
to-
type.
Motherfucker has a pollen allergy. My family must have hired a mage to try to kill me because I keep sneezing.
I'll type up the findings about what's changed.
What a dude.
Okay.
So that we're not
Madman. I love it.
interrupting. Anyway, if we're ready to get back into it.
What's in the desk, so
All right. Scrolling up through my notes. What's in the desk is desk stuff. Checking the inside of the desk.
Desk stuff.
Desk stuff. Yeah, checking the inside of the desk. You look through a couple of them, as a lot of them seem to have like additional stationery and stuff, though, and like staplers, clipboards, the like. Checking the bottom portion of the desk, however, you open it up to find a pile of assorted letters, as a lot of them seem to be scattered around into a couple of different piles. There's probably like a lot. I'll tell you, it's going to take you a 1d4 hours to look through them all.
So 1d4 divided by 3 you're saying, is 8. Say, alright, I have an idea. You guys continue to investigate here. Go through this, and I will be back. I'll go ahead and the
What-
south to go hunting at the nearest hunting hole.
You're leaving? All right.
I'm going to leave them to spend the 1d4 hours.
Okay. Actually, yeah, that would take about. Let me see. Nice. Why did I say 1d4? I meant 1d6. I don't have. Oh no, I do have a d4. I meant 1d6. Okay. With you leaving them to check on the remainder of the desk, you head out of the house, as we will be heading to. Real quick, Christian, was there anything? I know you said you wanted to wait until the night had fallen. Was there anything particular you wanted to do before that point, before you go to the cemetery?
I would talk to the not gravekeeper, if you know what I mean.
The father?
No, the one taking care of the yard.
Oh, taking care of the garden? The
Graveyard. The groundskeeper.
Graveyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, groundskeeper. That's because I wanted to see if anything odd was happening, since he would probably know.
Okay.
And
yeah.
then, I know the person I'm looking for is looking at the people going missing, right?
The Caius Wagner?
Yeah.
You want to know what he specifically was looking into?
No, I meant would I have known what he was looking into? Because I remember the father mentioning Caius was looking at the people going missing.
Yeah, you don't. From what the church told you before, I mentioned what the father said again. From what the church had told you before, they had send a executor, like a executioner, to the area. He was less skilled than you. If we were putting that in terms, he's probably like, I don't know, second, third level in whatever CR that would be. As
But I'm third level.
or second, first level, I meant to say. But he seemed to be investigating the area about strange occurrences, like rumors of what you could tell would be things such as like, oh goodness, how would I put this? It isn't specifically about the wild boars, however, some of that appeared. It was more about some strange hauntings that occurred in town, about people that like about the graves that had been exhumed and bodies that had been consumed before. They didn't give you a lot of details about it, however, but it was a concern of theirs that they sent him to go investigate, and he had been sent about maybe 4 weeks ago, if not a bit longer, and they haven't heard from him since. What the father told you was that Caius had come to the church, and by the way, this isn't like a very particularly big church. There is more denominations within it, as you will tell from the town. There were particularly two major denominations, which is the Protestants and I believe I want to say Catholics, if not Lutherans. I forget exactly which one it is. The
What's
one
your question about Catholics and Lutherans?
it's specifically about the town. I forget which denomination. I know it's Protestants. I forget what the other one is. I could probably look it up for you real quick.
Catholic.
Specifically a town. I'm assuming it's Catholic from memory.
Okay. Well, because a groundskeeper.
Yeah.
Then I would hit places in which rumors spread easy, and bars. Varying on what I see. Otherwise, I would probably then,
Yeah. I was gonna real quick after taking a look at that to it from major religion. There's a couple of different churches. The two big ones is the Catholic Bishop and the Fulda Church, which I believe is the Protestant. Evangelion. Gaelic. There it is.
Evangelist.
Yeah. That and Catholic are the two main denominations. But I was mentioning before that this one isn't one of the bigger ones. There are bigger ones in town. You just went to the one that was probably closest, most likely.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are bigger denominations in town. From what it sounded like to you of what the father was mentioning, it seems as if Caius had done something similar to you and had come to this area first, asking about the graveyard that they had in front, and then potentially heading off to other churches to see about collecting information. This is here, by the way, a publicly, like a privately owned church like graveyard. It's not for the public, it's for like specific members that have died.
Okay. Then yeah, what would probably happen is talk with the groundskeeper, go to the other churches on the way, try to see if I can find any information.
Okay, yep. I believe the groundskeeper would be out currently. He would have mentioned that to you. I forgot to, but he would have mentioned that to you, that he's out currently. He doesn't actually stay out that late at night. Mainly up until like 8, 9 before heading out. So like when it gets dark, in about an hour in.
Out as in he's out there, or out as in
he's out tending to the graves at that point.
Okay.
But he doesn't stay up later than like 8 or 9.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I thought. I was just thinking when out, I thought you meant like he's out. You'll see him tomorrow.
Understandable. Man, you crashed your motorcycle.
He's fucking dead.
Man, he's fucking dead.
Take 3d6 damage from
Yeah.
crashing going 60 miles an hour.
Crashes into some dude's car that was coming into town. Fucking asshole with his 4 people in the car.
One higher. Man, that's funny. Anyways, so yeah, you're going to talk to the groundskeeper now?
Yeah, since I'll pretty much just walk out and kind of look for him or her. It's probably him.
Yeah, you head out to outside as you take a look around the graveyard. It's not very big, as mentioned. It's more of a privately owned one for like members and such. taking like a look through it, you notice someone that's kind of just sweeping off leaves and like removing any dead like sets of flowers and wreaths from the graves that's like dried up and withered. Seems to be just humming to himself.
He look well kept, or more of the no,
He looks
you know,
he looks like he'd probably be like a father, that level of dressed.
okay. I would probably walk. Yeah, I would walk up, probably clean off a little area of a tomb, not tomb. You know what I mean?
Okay, clean off.
Tombstone.
Yeah, tombstone.
A bit of a tombstone.
He kind of looks over at you as you like clean one off and goes, "Oh, are you visiting someone here?"
Well, I don't know anyone here, but I'm looking for some information. I've heard there are some strange things that happen at graveyards at night around this place.
Strange things of graveyards at night. Kind of thinks to himself for a moment. I think I heard something of that from some of the altar boys, some of the choir boys. I can't remember quite. I believe there was someone who was coming through and asking about that. I think he asked the father a question, and then I'd come out and yeah, I believe he was asking me something about that at one point. That was what, about 4 weeks ago. He seemed interested in the graves, and rumors that had gone around town. Though I don't know what particular rumors they are. Apparently, something's been happening at night with people going through places. This graveyard right here, though, is you don't see many people coming through at hours like that. Of course, I don't. I only stay out here until when the sun sets a bit after that, before heading home.
Is it easy to get in this graveyard, or is it fully locked up after you take your leave?
He kind of looks around. I mean, there's no gates around. We tend not to use those. You don't really see many gates within Hirschfeld. If anything, we tend to use wooden fences.
That makes sense, you know.
Open property.
Be right back. Okay.
Fairly open.
Yeah.
It's nothing unusual that I've noticed with any of the graves, anyways.
Did you know the two altar boys you had that
Choir
it's
boys?
gone missing? Yeah, choir boy. Why did I say altar?
I believe they were named Carl and Caleb, if memory serves correctly. I have to apologize. I don't pay too much attention to everyone who comes into the church and all that. Typically regulars, the choir boys slip my mind from time. Yeah, they're typically help around service, help with singing, help with passing out things. They're fairly young. I believe they're in their 20s, maybe. They haven't been around for very long.
Are they from here, or they
Oh yes,
they
from
grow up here? I mean, okay.
Yeah, most people you'll find in Hirschfeld grow up in Hirschfeld. It's not very, although with the Lewis Quell being dug up and that entire spa, the town slowly becoming a spa town, you do find people coming through, as well as, I suppose, for the festival of Lewis, the Lewis Festival. But you typically don't find a lot of people staying here that often, other than for the resort or for a quick festival or two. Usually in, out.
Okay. Do you know anything about the other churches that prop this town? I've noticed there's a couple.
That's what?
The other churches. You mentioned there's a couple of them.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, there's a couple of freeform churches, such as like the New Apostolic Church and the Jehovah's Witnesses. Some Baptist, Seventh-day Adventists, the Free Christian community, Pentecostals. Though typically the predominant churches are the Catholic Bishopry and the Fulda for the evangelical.
No trouble with people, especially with I've been to small towns, and they don't always do best when large amounts of travelers or people come through.
The Pentecostals definitely get a fair amount of visitors with their antics, I'll say the least. They're a bit of oddities, if you were to ask me. But no, I don't think anyone particularly. Well, I guess the Jehovah's Witnesses do tend to bug people a bit, but no, people don't typically have much issues with most people coming through. With the Lewis Festival, that's been happening for hundreds of years, if probably a millennia. People tend to get used to those coming through on the October season. The fall in October.
Okay. I heard a rumor through the grapevine that some bodies were dug up, and there's a bit of a mishap with that.
Oh, well, like I said, I'm not sure about much rumors I've gone around. I don't tend to keep an eye on what happens to other graveyards other than this one. There's not.
I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Do you know which graveyard that happened at?
No, I probably wouldn't. If you're looking for graveyards, I wouldn't imagine that any of the privately owned one by the churches would have any issues with them. If there were, then people probably would have known or something. I'm not sure. If you're looking for graveyards, though, other than this one, there's the publicly, where is it? The Hauptfriedhof. It's the public cemetery up in the Western District. It's quite big. It's pretty much, other than that, and one other graveyard within town. That's fairly massive. But the Hauptfriedhof is particularly the one that most people end up getting buried at when they pass within town.
Okay. I should take a look there then.
Are you
Reach
taking...
arm out.
I'm assuming that you're similar to that man who came through who's asking about graveyards and going to check them? Something?
Yeah, you could say. Working the same trade.
I see. And what trade would that be? I'm not quite sure I'm familiar with something that would involve that.
If you gotta ask it, then it's probably not something you need to know.
Words to live by.
I could tell you, but I'd have to kill you.
I could tell you, but I had to kill you. Someone put that in quote chat. He kind of looks at you with a bit of concern as he's trying to figure out what phrase I should say it.
No,
Go, don't do that. Like, you should. Bit of concern for someone trying to go through a graveyard at night, like local ruffians and all. But like, when a grown adult man says that, and you go, "What could you possibly be doing at that?" And then you go, "Don't worry about it." It's just.
To note, the laugh was in character.
Oh, good. Go ahead and roll me like an intimidation or something.
Okay.
That is very intimidating. I am intimidated.
Let's see, intimidation.
I'm in danger.
Give me advantage for the fact that I'm intimidated.
Okay.
I'm in danger.
Yeah, it's a bit concerning. He kind of just like, all right.
Don't forget, I'm probably maybe half his size.
Yeah.
I'm
Don't
like
you
4 foot.
the greatest evils are packed in the smallest packages?
Yeah, I'm just under like 5 foot.
I mean, yeah, you're slightly smaller than him, not by much, so.
Okay. I thought he might have been, well, about a foot, probably.
Germans are short. A lot of the pre-war houses, like
Sure,
their
that
door
makes-
frames, stop at like 5'10", 6 foot.
Yeah, he's like 5'6" or something.
You know,
Yeah, that's almost a
I
foot.
constantly was tipping my head to the side to not hit my head on door frames whenever I went into a pre-war house.
Yeah. Like even like people like Carla wasn't that tall. She was probably as tall as Leone, if not a bit small. Actually, how tall is Leone
No,
again?
Leone's like 6 foot.
Oh, never mind. She is definitely smaller than you.
Yeah, no, Leone's
Johan is the person who's tall out of like anyone's met.
Then, yeah, like I said, I'll give a laugh,
That's
slap my
awesome.
knee. But I investigate when things get a little too out there. You know, like people disappearing, priests just hunting people. You know, it gets weird.
I see. Well, if you're looking for that man before, it might be a good idea to go check out one of the bigger denominations. I'm sure well, if you're both in the same trade, he'll probably have done the same thing you're doing.
Yep, that's exactly what I thought. And then I'll give I'll do the cross and say a little prayer to the grave we were talking at.
I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
Yep. You have a good day, bud.
You too.
Like, just leave. It's like, you have a good day. Pat, leave. Just
Look at you for a minute and like decide if he should look back or keep watching you. He's in that motion where he's like turns. Wait a minute. Don't turn.
I mean, I don't leave too quickly.
Yeah.
So, my question earlier, do I know if I have a lodging via the church, or was that figure it out yourself?
That's you figure out yourself. But I'm pretty sure if you go to someone that's like a part of, like if you go to a Catholic church and go, I would like some lodging, they'd probably hook you up.
Yeah, I was thinking that at the bigger graveyard, if there was a church connected to it.
Figure it out yourself, nerd.
Figure it out yourself. You could have asked.
Eh,
You already walked away.
I to him, I can go back to the father, but I was thinking this small one probably didn't have the space for it.
Yeah. So you said you're going to churches and then you're going to like local areas that would have information such as like taverns.
Yeah, in simple terms, I was wanting to hit the main churches, just ask around for information on people if they'd seen Caius or
Yeah.
any of the odd things at night. Ask if I have, if I'm allowed to enter their graveyard at night, and then hit pubs that'd be like just overhearing people.
Yeah, roll me 1d4 for information gathering, like rumors, because I think that's what they typically do for that. Takes you 3 hours to like go around places and gather information about like anything like that. A lot of the churches you go to will mention, like if you mention anything similar to what you did to them about Caius or whatnot, they will mention to you that most of them, okay, not actually most, probably like half. There's not too many. It's mainly the bigger ones that mention it, that he had been through, like a man similar to you had been through. He didn't give his name, but he wore like clothing that was particularly styled like yours, although a bit more like vestments than what your would say. What is Dio's clothing again? I saw the token.
Well, it's overall mostly like a
Vestments with like a traveling duster.
yes. I was trying to think of the word.
Yeah, he doesn't have the duster. It's more plain vestments mainly.
And as Shade, the person that made it, said, a lot of leather.
A lot of leather.
All of the
Yeah,
leather.
he doesn't have that either.
Because all my colors are based off.
Yeah. But yeah, they mentioned that he's been through and he's asked questions about like local rumors as well as the any disappearance, anything about the graveyards. Most of the churches you go to don't have their own privately owned graveyard, unlike that one. It seems to be mainly just like small churches have that, which is a bit weird, but I mean, hey.
Yeah.
They'll mention the two graveyards too, though most of them will mention the Hoptifried over the other one. Like 7 out of 3 times will be like that. Like if you're wanting to look through a graveyard, like visit graves or something, that's the one you probably want to go to. Most of them will go ahead and tell you that they haven't seen him since. Some of the bigger ones, not really either. However, he's come back about maybe once, or they've seen him through town, like through the central districts, and some of them report like seeing them through the western districts, like near the church monasteries and such. And the
Okay.
in that area. Coming up to one of the bigger Catholic denominations, you head inside as it's a fairly spacious place. It's definitely a lot bigger than the other one. The other one was pretty small. This one has like a proper entire like 3-4 section pew like line of a row of pews going up it. It has pretty big archways. By this point, like because it's Sunday and the church service has happened, that's fairly over. They're in between church services right now. Says the person who's only ever gone to church like when he was a child, so I don't remember what those were like. Yeah, there's just mainly people gathering around, just talking. Father at the front of the pulpit, kind of getting materials sorted through and switched up as he's about to head back for a moment.
I'd walk up. I wouldn't like on purpose get his attention, but I would just go walk up and be like, Father, are you free?
Oh, looks at you, sees that you're wearing like church vestments, goes, "Oh yes, of course I'm free." I was about to head back for a moment to rest my voice and get something to drink, but what can I do for you?
If you need the drink, I could follow along. Doesn't hurt to have a little tea and chat, coffee maybe.
Look for you for a moment. Yeah, well, it wouldn't hurt. You seem to be a man of faith. Follow me.
Okay.
You head out around to the back room as you step into like a kitchen area and a lounge area. They have sofas and table and desk and like bit of a coffee brewer. As I have to get myself water because my voice is actually dying. Ugh. Sorry, by the end of this night, I won't have one.
Guess I'll tomorrow is gonna be silent.
It's not as bad as when I have allergies, man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he ends up going over and just getting some water mainly as he looks to you and goes, what do you want? We have a couple of different things.
Been looking around for a Chaos Wagner.
Chaos Wagner.
Yes.
Are you an associate of his?
Yes, we went to this town looking for odds and ends, the recent I would say wives' tales that have been going around. See what any
yes,
of that's
I've heard
true.
much about He's mentioned such to me. Some of the church members have even heard of such rumors. Yes, of course. Kai said actually, if you're an associate to him, you wouldn't happen to know what happened to the man, would you?
No. That's why I was sent here.
I see. We haven't seen him for quite a while. He came here about 4 weeks ago. He's been staying with us. I lent him room and board for a while as he had gone out and seemed to have gone around town almost about every day. And there was a couple of times where he came back and rested in his room for probably 2 days, a day or two. But we haven't seen him recently within the past, I'd say 2 weeks. I was figuring if you're an associate of him, you might have known something, but it seems that you don't either. I thought he might have left.
Nothing more than...
Yeah?
Saying nothing more than... Yeah, I haven't received a letter or any information from him in... maybe 3 weeks?
I was assuming that he might have left, but he left most of his personal effects behind within the room he was staying in. I didn't want to just clean them out, but I was hoping someone would come by at some point and either him or an associate would claim them if he's forgotten.
Well, the best you got here.
I see.
Yeah. Well, since you brought it up, would you mind if I go look at his belongings after?
Yeah, it's just certainly. I'll go ahead and bring you to his room. Or I'll send someone to. He calls over someone. Can you go ahead and lead him to Kai Swagner's room that we had been lending to him? Oh, yes, certainly, Father. Looks over to you. If you would follow me.
Mm-hmm. Well, would it bother you if I crashed here too, since this is probably going to take a while?
None at all. A man of faith is the same as any of us. We'd happily put a Catholic up.
Mm-hmm. And then, final question I have for you, Father. Have you heard about any of the, or any personally to you, any of those missing people or happenings in the middle of the night?
Personally, for me, I haven't. For anyone related to me, anyways, I haven't heard of anyone missing. I have heard some of the rumors from, well, what I've gathered from Caius and what he's mentioned before, as well as some of the church members. Most of them seem to be, well, I would say around the western district of town. A lot of them seem to be around various graveyards. However, if I was to make any educated guesses at what graveyard it might have occurred at, it would be probably the Hoptifried, maybe, if another one, the other one. Typically, from what I've heard, there's been strange rumors of people in shambles going around town, just shoveled, loitering around the graveyards. Some of them even have been damaged by them, as I'd say drunkards maybe, deciding to, who knows, have whatever thing in their mind, going around and tearing them up. I think I've even heard that some of the bodies have been uncovered, though I'm not sure if that would be them. I couldn't imagine anyone would do something to a body like that.
Yeah. I was only asking because one of the put in church name, because I don't think it had one. I didn't write it down. Had some had some of their some of their people go missing, and I was making sure that wasn't happening everywhere.
He kind of thinks for a moment. Some of the clergy, no.
Well, not
typically,
the clergy, more their
well,
assistants.
some of their clergy, yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Some of their clergy, yeah. He kind of thinks for a moment and goes, other than Caius, not really from what I know. It's a very big church. I wouldn't quite notice everyone who didn't show up. There are some people who don't show up at points just because of being sick maybe, or even
Well, I
I
mean,
mean
it'd be
even
more problematic if if a regular did disappear, wouldn't it?
yeah, it would be very problematic, especially if no one's heard from them at all. No, though a couple of our members haven't showed up for a few weeks. From what our understanding, they've been sick and had to go to the clinic during the time.
Okay.
He kind of thinks to himself as he thinks back to the things about the bodies. Go, from what I've heard, there have been, and I'm certain it probably would be something other than whatever anyone would imagine happening to the church, graveyards in Hoptride or anywhere else. But I have heard that rumors of wild boars descending from the mountains and attacking people. I haven't kept up with it much, but it seems that a lot of people have gone missing there, and even I heard from one of my church members that some of them had been attacked even by some of them in town near the graveyards. Of course, it wasn't very common occurrence, and none of them were seriously injured as the boars ran off. But if anything were to dig up a body and eat it, I would imagine maybe one of those. Of course, I'm not sure
Okay.
they would send that far into town. They seem to mostly be coming from the southern areas. Where the
Okay.
indications are.
Well, thank you. I'll do a little. I'll do the cross motion. May God have give you a good day, and then I'll follow the assistant to the room.
May God
Okay.
have mercy on you.
May God have mercy on your soul for whatever thing might kill you.
I won't lie. I have thought about that, and I went, wait a second now. I can't be creepy to everyone.
I can't be creepy to everyone. I need some people that Also, I am gonna go ahead and during the search move the time up by about. Actually, I'll wait until it gets back to Leone before I do that properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll go ahead and the father will go ahead and nod his head at you as he makes a cross towards you and puts his hand over his heart and goes, "Take care. I hope you don't go missing either. Otherwise, we'll have to have another person come by and search for both of you."
If I go missing, there's. I hope not.
I hope not.
And then, internally, I'm like, if I go missing, A, fucking, that bitch wins. B, fuck, who would they send? As I'm, following the other person.
Who knows? Do they care enough about you to send another low level person, or are they finally going to send more than one person?
That's exactly. It's like, fuck, that bitch won.
Yeah. But yeah, the church member will go ahead and lead you to the room as they go through the lounge area and head upstairs to one of the to the what's it called again? Sleeping quarters, I guess. Sure.
Barracks, sleeping quarters, either works, really.
This is more soldiers, really.
Yeah, but it's the same terminology.
Housing.
Multiple rooms side by side.
To the housing upstairs.
Oh, housing, dormitory, either works. Why did I say
Dormitory.
barracks?
Dormitory,
Yeah.
that's the word I'm looking for.
Why did I say
Yeah.
barracks?
To the dormitory upstairs as they pass by a couple of rooms as they stop in front of the ones off to the side and goes, this one's where Kais Wagner was staying. You were looking for a room too. I can go ahead and get one set up for you.
If you wouldn't mind.
Certainly. She'll go ahead and walk off as she leaves you to take care of that.
I
Take care of the Wagners.
is the door open?
It's not locked if you try to open it.
Okay, that was the important part. I was like, that means he probably wasn't in it when he left. So yeah, I'll open it.
Yeah. Uh, oh,
I was
oh,
thinking.
yeah.
I would open it, and if it's pitch black, I'd give it a second before I turn on the light.
Yeah, it's pretty dark in there.
Okay.
And turn on the light. The light flips on. Ceiling light above. The room is fairly like what you would imagine any spare guest room to be. It's not very well decorated. Like it has its common furnishings such as a bed, a desk, like a Bible, maybe. You do notice, however, there is a couple of pieces of like I would say a bag, like a bag that has stuff in it mainly, as well as some clothing in it.
Is there a desk and a bed?
Yeah, there's a desk and bed.
Okay. I would go through the bag and the clothing first.
Yeah. Mainly the clothing seems to be just bare clothing and like priest vestments and such. If you're specifically like looking through the bag and the clothing, you do not find what you may expect, which is the ash weapon, the ashlock weapon, because yours is like in your glove, so you would
Yeah.
have it as like a piece of clothing. That's gone.
Yeah.
It's not in the room. You wouldn't find any ashlock weapons transform that is currently glamored as an inert object.
Would these look like extra clothes, or
Uh
like are they worn at all, or are they almost like brand new?
oh, the vestments he has?
Yeah, the ones left there.
They look like they've been worn. They look like they're just mainly a pair of like spare clothing.
Okay.
You find like holy symbols within his stuff. You find like scriptures and texts. Mainly like some food stuff. Going through the desk, you do find a book in it, a journal, and it appears to be locked.
Okay, I set that. Probably put it in my pocket specifically as
Okay.
I look through the rest of the desk and then check the bed just in case.
Yeah, the rest of the desk mainly just has like a pen in it, like an inkwell, whatever he might have used for writing. It's not a lot in the desk, to be honest. It was mainly just a book and probably an inkwell or something to write with.
Okay.
These sparse. Checking the
Anything.
bed, you don't find anything particular. It's mainly just a made bed. It appears like someone came in here and made it, probably pretty recently.
Okay. Nothing under it or pushed aside.
No, there wouldn't be anything under it.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I forgot. He probably would have left some of those behind. Under the bed, you do find a like chest, like a chest that you can pull out and open up, as there is a couple of handles belonging to black keys inside. You would find a couple of black key
Okay.
handles. You would find about
I might as well.
you find about 4 of them in there.
Okay. Are they specifically different than mine?
No, they're the exact same. Black keys are pretty much just if you pick it up, it's end channel, like whatever.
I was more meaning they aren't roughed up or anything like that.
Oh, they do appear to be slightly used. However, they don't nearly appear to be as used as yours would be. Yours, with what you've gone through, yours definitely has more wear and tear than them. They have some wear and tear, so he's probably used some on certain things, but they seem currently clean.
Okay, so no fresh,
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. I'll look at the could I see if the is it just a little like hand brain thing notes, or is it a bigger book for the diary or notes or whatever they are?
It's like a journal size book, so you would it'd be what you would imagine a journal to be.
Okay.
ordinary book with like a lock on it, clasp over the side.
All right. Does it look? Could I tell if there was anything not magical but special with it, so that someone tries to open it?
Let me take a look currently through what your abilities
Like,
are.
would I even like? Would that be something we would commonly use? Because I keep my own journal. Would
Yeah.
it be something that I know that clergy members have that is like a no one can touch it style lock?
You can tell that it does seem to be like enhanced. Like you could tell if you were trying to cut it, you probably wouldn't be able to, or at least have some difficulty doing so. The lock appears to be normal otherwise. Appears to be a bit
Okay.
finer lock.
There was nothing in his pockets of his extra clothes or anything, right?
Like an empty vial or two.
Okay. Then yeah, I would.
Whatever was in the vial appears to have dried up.
Okay.
Likely had been used.
Makes sense. You probably. Okay. Yeah, I would take the book. Specifically, keep that one on me. Is there a besides the lock? Is there anything special from it compared to like my notebook?
How special would you say your notebook is? So I can like make a educated guess.
Mine's. It's the way they explain it. It's been repaired repeatedly.
Oh, so it's like been torn apart and such.
It's been torn, put back together. Some things have been like soaked and then put back, dried, redried.
No, it appears to be fairly like intact. It doesn't appear like it's been through much wear and tear. Like there
Okay.
may be some abrasions, like where someone's put a hand on it and like, opened it countless times, but it doesn't appear to be very like scratched up or abrased or anything.
Okay. Yeah, I put both. I put that one in my vest itself area,
Okay.
so it's on me more. And then head to my room for a little bit, and then,
Okay.
as planned, head to like the bar, get food, hear if anyone else has anything, and then hit up the hops field.
Okay. Heading to your room and just waiting for a bit. I will go ahead and let's get to see what our boy Trevor is doing.
Ayo.
A fucking crazy man on his motorcycle.
Actually, Trevor would probably arrive town a bit late. Let me real quick because it's going to take Dietrich quite a while. What is Leone doing while he's going around? Just so I can get everyone up to about the same time period.
He would stop by and talk to Johan.
I'm imagining that's not going to be that long. Trevor would.
No, he would basically be saying, "I have a note for you. Here's some goings on. I found out,
Yeah.
so you're aware and stay out of it."
Okay.
Because He looked like he wants to know what's happening, so he can stay out of it. His type of mentality.
Okay. So you're going to Johan's shop, and then you're going to pass him a note.
Mm-hmm. Tell him I met with a friend or the colleague, found some things out and wrote them all down. Not gonna stay for long.
Okay.
And then I would be heading towards the south side of town to keep an eye out for any transports coming through there.
Okay.
Would the remainder of the trip give me a chance to short rest?
Yeah, it would give you a chance to short rest.
Okie doke. Don't need to bother pressing the short rest button. I'll just sort of click off my action surge, and just for the sake of it, let's use a die. Hey, look at that! I'm healed.
Hey. I have to real quick while I'm here. This many.
I don't like that.
Okay. They got it.
Got it.
I have that. Let me make a note.
Got it.
I don't like that. Thank you, sir.
I do like that.
You shush.
What is the understood? If I do it in that order, it's those people first. Okay.
What?
So it's gonna take everyone quite a while to get through to I'd say about move up to 3 hours worth of time. 3
Okey-doke.
and
Every once in a while, I like to peek out the top, just to look around what's behind us, what's ahead.
picking out the top, you mainly just take a look out to make sure probably no more boars or crazy women trying to choke people out come. Fortunately enough for you, random account, I know. Fortunately enough for you, during the period of time when you like take a peek out, you don't see any more boars. You feel as if you might have heard some, but they don't seem to have tried to attack the vehicle. As you don't see any more like cars or anything of such on the way through. As you finally make it to the town of Hirschfeld within the southern district of it, the people in front open up the window as they kind of as the one that has been talking to before goes, "Hey, we're gonna go ahead and start pulling up to the city. Get ready back there. Get anything put away that you need, and get ready to stretch your legs."
Alrighty.
Closes it. They go ahead and pull up at an inn. As this point, with Leone probably watching the southern district of the area on his motorcycle, just waiting for anything to come through, you do see, as you're watching, a truck, like a merchant truck. Like, no, I shouldn't describe it as a merchant truck. Like a delivery truck almost. Come through, as the front of it seems to be a bit damaged, as if something like impacted the hood, and the front window, actually no, the front window is actually intact, surprisingly enough. One of the side windows is broken though. It would be on your right side, but the left side of it. And appears that like something had indented one of the sides of it as well.
Kind of. Okay, he'd kind of see where it goes, and then if it parks somewhere, he'll like ride up to it.
Okay. So yeah, it parks at an inn nearby.
Not
As,
in the center area, but on the south side.
yeah, south side inn.
Okay.
As it stops.
Okay.
Your motorcycle makes a lot of noise. Are you riding it up to them?
No, I would have parked and then walked over to it.
Okay. What is there? Which one is it? He wouldn't have been looking. They would have. Their passive is... What's your stealth?
I'm not trying to stealth.
Oh, you're just walking up. I was going to say, what's your stealth modifier? So I can see what the passive stealth is.
+3 to dex, so stealth. So it'd be a 13.
Yeah, so they're starting to park as like one of them gets out and he like the other one knocks onto the back of the window as he goes, "We gone ahead and stopped. We're gonna be resting up in an inn for now. If you want to go ahead and get out. Real quick, let me make sure no one's watching." kind of takes a look around. He doesn't see anyone on his side. Unfortunately, the side that guy is on the opposite side of where Leone is walking up to, as the other guy starts opening up the door and
See.
heading out.
He says, "Hold on." Trevor just gets out.
Okay.
I'll,
Trevor,
I'll like walk up and put like my elbows on the hood and say, "Hey fellas, noticed your car is a bit dinged up. I'm a bit of a mechanic. Do you guys want me to take a look under the hood?"
the one guy who is opening up his door as you come up, particularly the driver, would take a look at you, and that would be the side where the window is broken. Actually, German is like the European cars where it's on the other side, isn't it?
I probably would have brought my tinker's tools and stuff with me in a bag.
The guy stops for a moment and looks over to another man inside the vehicle. From what you can tell, these guys are all dressed in fairly like common, like not quite winter, but like getting like somewhere around like
Outdoorsy stuff.
yeah,
Okay.
winter clothing. But they all seem to be dressed in winter clothing, as most of them look like they could pass off as German. The guy in the middle looks a bit more suspicious. He has tanner skin than the rest of them. He's got like a bit of a like beard going on that's a bit curly.
Could I try and tell where he's from?
Give me just a general intelligence check.
Can I do an investigation?
Sure, you know what? Go ahead. You feel like he's probably somewhere along maybe Arabic.
Oh, then I'll switch to Arabic and ask him directly.
Oh, you'll talk to him in Arabic?
Yeah.
Okay. The other guys don't understand what you're saying. But the one guy that's like that was getting out of the vehicle, that was driving, turns to the other guy inside as he talks to him in what would be German, as he goes, What do you think, boss?" And the guy looks over at you as he goes, "I don't need a mechanic."
You got an indent on the front of your car. Could have some engine damage. Might break down out in the wilderness and get attacked again.
I took a look at the engine. It's not damaged.
Didn't they hit the girl? Am I crazy?
The what?
Crazy.
Okay, I couldn't
No,
remember.
they didn't hit her.
Okay.
They were
thinking, wouldn't it?
you do
Okay.
notice, by the way, while these guys are getting up, that like
I think
the one that's on like the driver's side does appear to have like his clothes punctured on the side of him. Actually, no, he wasn't the one that got. No, he specifically was stabbed in like his shoulders. As you see, like his clothing is a bit torn in his shoulders, as you can tell maybe that there are some bandages there.
Hmm.
I was just thinking, wouldn't there be some blood on that? But
Are you
What?
completely sure?
He looks at you. Are you speaking Arabic now to him? Are you speaking German?
German. I would have switched back to German.
Understood. Did you actually speak to Arab? Yeah, there's. Oh, the clothing. Yeah, the clothing would probably have blood too. The bandages.
If the guy didn't respond, I was gonna try and talk to the big guy in Arabic, but if one of the others responded, I would have stuck with German.
Yeah. Okay. What was your last question? Are you sure?
Are you sure you don't need any help? So a lot of these things can look less. What's the word I'm looking for? Can end up being a lot worse than they look.
He looks over at you, as like he looks like he's slightly peering at you, as he goes, "Tell me, do you have a shop around here?"
I'm actually a traveling mechanic
A
here
traveling.
in. Mm-hmm.
And what do you do? You fix up vans?
Yeah, I get called in on jobs when they need an experienced hand.
He kind of gets out of the vehicle as he pushes the other guy to the side and gestures to you to come to the front of it.
Okay.
He opens up the hood for you. As he starts pointing out to you very specific components of the hood.
Do I
As
need to roll something?
No. Like I don't know like car parts myself.
Okay,
This
but you're
guy is
saying
listing off to you components of the hood as he goes, this is what has been damaged. This is what has been damaged. This is what's been damaged. But none of those are actually like going to break down the engine itself for a long time, for a while.
while he's pointing this out, is it possible to get a look what's inside?
Inside the engine?
Like, or is there like a wall between the back and everything?
Oh, there's like, if you were to look inside, there is a slight like glass window, as you can't really see anything much more than the walls of the back of the vehicle. There appears to be like a light on in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I'm somewhat of a mechanic myself.
Oh, I'm somewhat a mechanic myself.
You seem to know your way around the car.
No.
The van.
That's why I said it's not that damaged. If it needs fixing, I can fix it myself.
That's kind of disappointing. I was looking for a little bit of a challenge.
This isn't that much of a challenge. If the boss had done more damage to the vehicle than it did to those two, kind of looks over at the driver and the other guy getting out, then maybe it would be in more. Maybe it would be in a bit more of a challenge. But this, they only stepped on it.
So, Trevor's going to walk around and say, can we, like, go in? Because I cannot speak their language or anything, so... Little struggling here.
I didn't know you were an American.
What do you say? Cut out for me.
Oh, me or?
Yeah, you cut out for me for a moment.
Do you need someone to translate? I speak a bit of I speak English.
I mean,
I didn't know.
I just want to lie down for a little bit, if I'm able to.
Don't make me hold you fine gentlemen up. I'll be on my way soon.
You go rest up. One of the others say as they head into. The driver and the other person who looks Arabic kind of stand there as they probably talk to you or something. As the driver goes, or the man who looks Arabic looks at you and go, you know, you look like you could do something with this. I'll tell you what, because I don't feel like exerting the effort
Yourself.
to try to I don't feel like exerting the effort to try to bend back the hood or anything like that. If you have spare parts for replacing a hood or even replacing some of these damaged parts of the engine that's aren't terrible but could use repairing anyways, I'll go ahead and let you do it.
I'd have to grab some tools from my vehicle, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
So,
He looks at the other guy as the other guy goes around back to the back of the vehicle and stands guard at the back of it.
How subtly could I do detect magic as I'm walking away?
You could try whispering it to yourself.
Like if I'm like 20 feet away. Could I
Okay.
whisper and, like, with my hands blocked from them?
Give me. I want to say a stealth check, honestly.
Or sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand, maybe?
Okay.
I was thinking either sleight of hand or stealth.
Maybe, actually, the better thing to do would be to cast it while I was grabbing stuff from my bike.
Maybe.
I'll do that then.
Okay.
It's
And then
Leon.
have it.
Hmm.
So I'm going to grab my smith's tools from my bike.
I'm still doing this for him.
As Leone walks past, Trevor's gonna look back like, who's that guy?
The one guy that's like walking in with you is like, I'm not sure. He says he's a traveling repairman. He's offering to fix the vehicle for what's been damaged.
It's quite a number for a simple traveling mechanic to do.
A bit. Not sure. He says he wants a challenge.
I can appreciate that.
Sure, if the vehicle gets fixed. I'm not sure exactly what's damaged with it, but well, it seems like the boss is has a fairly good understanding what it is.
Want to make a wager real quick?
What's the wager?
10 whatever the local currency is here, if he breaks it.
I'll take you up on that.
So yeah, on my way back from getting my shit,
Yeah.
I would,
So you detect magic?
as I'm, like, yeah, while I'm over there, so I can do it subtly and not with an earshot, and then on my way back, try and see if I can detect anything coming from the crate, like, from the car.
Yeah. I always have to re-reference, and it's a good thing that I have it just typed in under spells already, so I'm prepared.
And he'd be using the whatever his gun pings as the baseline for what he's looking for.
Okay. 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal. Would that be an inch? No, that definitely wouldn't be an inch. Yeah,
Could be.
okay.
Nothing. Go ahead.
Okay. As you are walking by, like the vehicle,
Walking
you,
walking back.
yeah, as you're walking back with your toolkit to go repair it, you get a slight blip by your side as your gun goes off. Like the detect magic gets your gun, and then blip 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 blip, blip from the back of the vehicle next to you.
Mm-hmm.
You would tell that it is an evocation effect.
So my gun.
It is the same effect as your gun.
It fires
Damn.
a 9th level fireball.
It fires exactly.
It fires a 9th level what is it? Chain lightning.
Oh shit. That's even scarier.
I was trying to
okay.
remember what the lightning bolt was. Yeah, that's it. I think.
Okay. Okay, what would I have to roll to like nick a fuel line in such a way that it's not noticeable?
What do you mean make a fuel line? What do you want to specifically?
I want to
Do-
make everything look like it's fixed.
Looks like
But-
what?
I want to make everything look like it's fixed, but one of the things that fuels the van will stall out partway through leaving town.
Okay. Make me a sleight of hands.
What?
Sleight of hands. To try to do that in front of him. He could fail. Where is this sheet? Let me close out some of these.
Guess who's
Oh
getting
my.
10 Reich marks?
All right, let's see if he fails this.
What the hell is that even worth in this day?
I accidentally rolled 2. They're the same number. So you go over to like the front of this vehicle with your
Oh,
toolkit.
it would have been like I hammer out the hood, and then as I'm moving in, I would have done that. So I would have done decent, like.
Okay.
Did
You
I
know
hear
what?
him talking Arabic to one of the other gentlemen?
No, he was talking German.
Okay.
So you wanted to hammer out the roof and then try to.
Yeah, hammer
Yeah.
out the straighten out the sheet metal parts, and then
Okay.
work on.
Yeah. So as you're like hammering out the roof, this guy is just kind of watching over you with his arms crossed. He's like looking at you. He's like, it could be better. As you're reaching in to go ahead and fix up some of the engines and try to switch the like one of the fuel lines to get it to like stutter out when it starts next. You see this, you suddenly feel a strong grip on your hand as this guy has grabbed your hand and slowly pulled it away from the engine as he goes, "You're doing that wrong. I thought you were supposed to be a traveling repairman."
Some of these parts, I get some of these aftermarket parts confused. Was
Uh-huh.
that not the? Was that not what I was supposed to insert part here?
No, that wasn't.
Ah,
If you do that, it's going to stutter out.
that does. That does sound about what would happen if I fudged that up. And then, all right.
I'm just gonna roll this for him. He looks at you as he lets go of your hand and decides to let you try again.
Sleight of hand.
He goes, "That's fine. I will let you go ahead and continue, but don't mess up this time." Yes, sleight of hand. Okay. As you're fixing up this fuel line.
Because what I'm trying to do is trying to get it to break down outside of town,
Mm-hmm.
so I can basically ambush them.
Okay. Yeah. So you go ahead and work on the vehicle for a little bit longer. This time, not like immediately trying to do it or anything. You're giving it a bit more time as you actually would fix up the properly fix up the parts. And during the middle of that, you carefully manage to move the fuel line in a way that would stutter out while the guy is like taking a moment to look over the parts that you've done properly.
Mm-hmm.
And then working on it a bit more, he goes ahead and looks at you as you've finished up. And he goes, "It looks like you've done a decent job this time."
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to get used to some of the parts. They seem to be not model line.
It doesn't appear to be that top of the line vehicle. I suppose it may be something that's not common, but I'm not sure.
Aftermarket parts are always a bitch, and
I see.
even if you, some of them, it's a whole slew of knowing what you're looking at. So I apologize about that first part.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Oh
Did
boy,
I-
that was the thing.
Did I stutter out?
It was like it was fast forwarding you.
Oh, okay. No, but then after that, he would do you think he could like guesstimate how far they'll go before they stutter out?
You did a pretty good job on it. You would probably I would say you'd probably hit around either them getting just out of town or a bit further than that.
Uh, um, how about so?
How
so-
much?
Hmm. Well, I am down a couple. Insert money here for my inn, the room at the inn. But I don't. How about 15 silver?
That's a fair price. He'll go ahead and give you 15 silver.
Much appreciated, sir.
Little do you know that he has completely and utterly ripped you off in his mind. It's actually it wasn't that bad. The 15 silver was pretty accurate for the amount of damage that wasn't really that much done to it.
Okay. I'm just trying to like make up some of the money that I now
Yeah.
found out I didn't need to spend.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll be in town for a couple days. If you need any help, come and get me.
All right.
I'll be at the insert in name
Zoom
Blah.
messing luck.
Zoom Messenglok over in the town center.
All right. I'll go ahead and head up now, if you don't mind.
And one more thing.
Yes.
If you need any medicines, there's a gentleman who runs an apothecary. Some of your men seem pretty banged up.
He kind of looks over to the guy that's like right next to him as he goes, "He looks fine to me. I bandaged him well enough. He should just get some proper bed rest and he'll be fine." The guy looks over, he's like, "Actually, I'd kind of like to know where that is." He's the guy who took 7 hit points of damage.
I'll give him like the general way to Johan's apothecary.
Alright, thanks.
Not a problem. And then
If you don't mind, I'll be heading off to that area then. He looks over at the Arabic guy as the guy looks over to him and goes, "You wait until the other one comes back." Yeah, alright. That sounds fair enough. As he heads up into the inn, if you have nothing else to say to him.
I don't. I'm gonna head back to my motorcycle and then take the long way back to Zoom Messenglok so I don't zoom right past them.
Okay.
Did I ever catch these guys' names?
No, they didn't mention what their names were.
Oh, and American.
I'm inside.
Oh,
He
never
is
mind.
inside.
He's inside.
Unfortunately, they didn't get to see the bet if he broke it or not. Right when he did, actually. Was
Would
about
I've
to.
heard that?
But he
Would I've
oh,
heard about the bet?
bet.
Would I've heard the bet?
was
Oh.
Trevor actually whispering?
He was just saying it.
Yeah, you would have heard it.
Okay. I'm gonna walk in and like not sit down next to Trevor, but tell him you owe your friend 10 ranks marks.
Telling us the Trevor.
Yeah.
Damn it.
But
You shut up.
like I was telling your friends, there's an apothecary over in Center Town. So
Apothecary. I'm not sure that's a clinic.
got some your boss seemed like he didn't want you going anywhere too take up too much time. Apothecary would have the medicines you need.
Personally, I need more of a tailor. Just looks down to the very clear scratch in his side. Yeah.
I'm afraid I can't help you there. You could probably ask the matron or patron here.
Yeah, I'll try. It doesn't seem like a lot of people speak my language.
Here, why don't I can ask for you.
That's not necessary. I never asked your name. Um,
Ah, you
he
can.
talks to
My name is Leone.
Wasn't talking to you, but good to know.
Well, my apologies.
I gotta look up German names because these guys weren't named. I like the one that looks like Uwu. Here we
Hello,
go.
I am Uvu.
Hello, I am Uwu.
Uvu.
Uwu.
Huh.
Sven.
Sven is on the list, but I'm not using that name.
Ah.
I'm Uwu. Name's Uwu.
That's certainly. Yeah, never mind.
Uwe. Uwe.
Uwe.
So, mechanic.
So you
eh?
owe me 10 silver.
Hey, you shut up. Oh, he'll just shove his hands into his pocket and then lay 10 silver down.
Hey, don't worry. After this, you're getting paid.
Yeah. I'll just knock a gold off.
He's not getting paid. Little does he know. He's not getting paid.
Where are you from then? They say you're a traveler.
A little bit of here and there, but my childhood in Italy. Which is
No,
funny. 'Cause I
Italians
don't.
are more redder than that. Typically have a ruddy complexion.
Which is funny because he doesn't speak a lick of Italian. I do actually. I do.
I was about to say, I thought you did.
He speaks a bit
Yeah.
more than a lick of Italian.
There's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Nah. Between my studies and my work, I don't get a lot of time in the sun.
No, I suppose. I guess mechanics stay indoors and work on stuff inside, don't they?
I always
That's
thought they,
keep up the weather.
well, mechanics that I know of are always in the sun. And they have a farmer stance.
Maybe he has a reverse farmer tan.
Sort of narrows his eyes at Leone.
Well, it's a lot warmer for back in America.
Yeah.
And also
ever
not
been?
as rainy. Once for work, but not since. Out of character, I really want to say a town called Snowfield, but
Who knows? Snowfield might exist.
who knows? It probably would have been a coastal town, so like New York or somewhere on the East Coast.
I like how Snowfield is basically just Las Vegas, but not.
Right. Well, if you guys need any more help, like I told your boss, I'll be at their the missing block in the middle of town.
All right, I'll leave that up to the boss to figure out.
Pleasure to meet you, Leone.
And your name was?
Trevor Marco.
Nice to meet you. Maybe we can grab a drink before you guys leave. You seem like a fun bunch.
Maybe.
I could use an ale. So I think names. Claus. I think Claus could probably use one more than me. Those boars gutted him right down. The fool ran out the vehicle, and right when they were attacking, he expected just hitting them with a car door would be enough to get distance before he Well,
You want to use a
right out
knife?
of range of them.
You want to use a knife or even a
Or-
firearm?
Yeah, firearm. Definitely a little more effective.
Those things look nasty out there.
How
Faces
so?
are all covered in.
How so?
And their faces are all covered in like pus is running down, and their eyes were full of pimples of poxes.
Those don't sound like the boars that would normally be around here.
Yeah,
I want it. And there's a lot of boars around.
they're also really fucking huge.
Like a foot bigger than most boars, foot two, very hairy even. Look a lot more grungier than what you expect. I've seen boars.
Can did the did the ibis say anything about?
Ibis?
Yeah, did the ibis say anything about like the boars or anything like that?
I'm trying to remember if you actually. I think it meant no. Actually, you didn't bring that up, or you didn't mention something, so it didn't mention the boars to you.
Kind of want to see one now. See what's all up with them.
Will be my guest.
You want to go down to the mountains? Feel free.
Sounds a bit dangerous for a mechanic like me, though.
Probably. They tipped over an entire family car on the way here.
Yeah,
Horrible.
evil boars and walking corpses now.
I'm sorry, what?
Uh, probably not literally. This woman, she was crawled out of a bush or something, and was it this guy that I'm sitting with?
He was the other one.
Attacked. What was his name? Claus.
Yeah, Claus. I'm gonna write this down for myself.
I've written it down myself. Try to choke him out.
I'm gonna be so sad when Claus and what's his face are fucking dead.
Yeah, I can't say I have any idea what's going on there.
How much would I be getting paid at all for what I'm doing?
Would you be getting paid?
Yeah.
No.
No, like I don't get like a not a salary, but like a stipend for travel expenses and stuff.
Yeah, they'll. Okay. Yeah, they'll go ahead and pay you like a general amount for going through. So like, I'll have to come up with a proper amount for you, but it'll definitely be worth whatever expenses you be spending here, most likely.
Because I'm trying to be like, I feel bad for Trevor. And when I kill his friends and knock out his boss,
It's
I need
gonna
to-
be in gold pieces, I'll tell you that. Don't worry, gold
Okay.
pieces makes everything, okay?
okay. Well, like I said, you know where to find me. I'll I'll be
Zoom messing clock?
Zoom messing clock, yep. I have to take a small pit stop beforehand. But should be able to find me there.
Oh,
And now I get to go bother Johan for the third time today.
see you
Oh,
around.
Hmm.
You know
Ah.
we'll end up getting that those 10 whatever they are back.
Whatever they
Just
are.
you wait.
You want to make an air bet?
We'll see.
I mean, you will be getting. I mean, you technically did win the bet. But you don't know that yet.
Are you
And
saying
see.
out of character or in character?
Out
I
of
would say
character.
out. Yeah, it just was so similar to the voice you're using.
No. Long story short, I would ask Johan to talk privately.
Okay, we'll take care of that when that occurs.
Yeah.
How far are we in? Decent. 10.
We're 3
Okay.
hours and 20.
320? Oh, okay. Right, it was 30, not 40 that we were in pre-stream.
Mhm.
What was I gonna say?
It's railroad time.
Oh, right. I was gonna say that like I mentioned he walked in before, but I'm pretty sure he just stayed out by this point. The Arabic boss comes in by this point as he looks over to the other guy. By the way, that guy has managed to, during the time like he wasn't talking to you, book a room for you guys.
Alright.
As he has the keys, and the boss kind of just takes them as the guy throws them to him. When he as he tells him, "You head out there. The other guy needs to go to the clinic." Right away, boss.
What do you want me doing in the meantime?
You can go ahead and rest up.
Alright. He will do so.
Oh, this works out so well.
Yep.
The plan is coming together.
So yeah, that guy goes ahead and heads out to keep an eye on the front of the keep an eye on the vehicle and make sure everything's in order as the other guy starts heading off to the apothecary.
The plan's all coming together.
All according to Keikaku.
According to Keikaku, as Claus heads off. Heading out of the inn then, Leone?
Oh no, I'm heading to the apothecary.
Yeah, you're heading to the apothecary out of the inn.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Trevor's heading upstairs now that you've got rooms.
Yes.
Don't worry, they paid for the room. The boss was that generous. You don't have to spend a single dime.
I don't gotta spend my 46 remaining GP.
Alright. God, the fact the zombie has decided to go out into the mountains is that curveball that I was like, I wasn't expecting that to quite happen yet. So I have to determine what I'm doing with that for a moment.
You have to railroad us into something.
Yeah. I
Like-
had notes. I didn't have that far. That's planned. Not yet.
Dietrich gets hit by a train. Railroaded.
Dietrich gets hit by the car by your guys' truck. You guys managed to hit someone. It wasn't the woman before. It was actually someone who was alive.
Oh. Dietrich's just walking out as I'm walking by as I'm walking out.
Yeah. It'd be like around that point, I think that Dietrich would be walking by you.
Oh shit. Drive.
So how do we get Theo to join us? Is the question.
There's a solution, don't worry.
Okay.
Zombie, are you there?
I'm here now. I heard my name.
Oh goodness. So Dietrich's plan is to go out into the mountains, right?
Yeah.
The mountains are like this will take several hours to go out there. I want to point out it's not near to get out where the like areas are listed. It's like in between towns.
So I need a car.
Yeah. You need a car.
Hey, that's a convenient guarded truck right there.
And you're walking by a broken, actually, yeah, I would say, because it's like literally in the same direction. By this point, like you're walking by, you do see the guarded, you see like a man standing outside a truck that's like all dinged up. It's like the roof of it looked like it was pulverized maybe, but it's been
Hold on a second. I gotta drop and get back in because I'm only getting every other word.
okay.
Try
All right. Can you hear? me?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, as you're walking by, you see this vehicle that's kind of like dinged up, that's outside an inn, as it's like, from what it appears, the hood was maybe smashed in, but has since been like smashed back out, as it has like a lot of dents in it. The side is completely like smashed in, as there's like holes in it. One of the windows is broken, and there is a guy kind of just standing or like sitting inside it, waiting. It looks to be like some type of like market truck or like some type of delivery truck, maybe.
I'd be walking to my bike, actually, and then taking my bike to the apothecary.
Yeah, you see this guy walking out in front of you, walking on, getting into a bike.
I mean, my bike would probably be a good 100 or so, if not more, feet away.
Okay, he's walking to a bike. He has like a toolbox with him, because I think you would have taken that with you inside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It does have a passenger car on the side of it, I will mention.
Does this person appear to be armed?
Who knows, man?
Where do you keep your guns?
It's underarm holsters.
Are those visible?
I would have had my coat on and put away so that the guy who was watching me, like basically he was doing this so that the guy couldn't see Leonie's guns, just in case things turned violent because of that. So he would actively be hiding the guns.
Okay, you wouldn't actively be hiding them normally?
No, not normally. But I probably would have put them in like a false. I'd probably have a false bottom in the toolbox.
Okay. Do you have them in the toolbox right now then?
I probably would have like dipped to the side to put them back in.
Okay. You see this guy like pocket a gun quickly out of the toolbox. As he's
pull
like,
two guns out of the toolbox and tuck them under his arms.
yeah, as he sets them on his arms.
And then there's Trevor with the big iron on his hip.
Would it make more sense that he sent Trevor out because he's the healthiest?
I guess, yeah. Thinking about it.
Railroading.
Send Trevor out.
I mean, if you wanna.
Yeah. Trevor's the most skilled. He killed 4 boars in one shot. I think he's got whatever situation.
Wait, one shot.
One shot, he killed 4 boars all in a row. That bullet went through them. Trevor's magic is
Gun.
Penetration.
penetration.
Wow,
Is
the archer class really is made up of archers.
yeah.
Alright, Trevor will wait out there then.
Makes more sense for him to actually send Trevor out, thinking about it, because Trevor is barely damaged compared to the R2, and he's definitely like literally him and the merchant were the only 2 people who shot a boar and killed it in pretty much one turn.
I haven't slept in a nice bed since probably like I was around Great Britain or something.
You can wait a little bit longer.
No.
Yeah, you're sent out to keep an eye on it for now.
So where is Leone currently as far as relative to his bike?
He's like about 100
Almost
feet,
there.
maybe a little bit less than that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought he was like getting ready to like get it all packed up and stuff.
You know, I'm not to it yet, but I also have the keys on me.
Yeah, it's fine. I need your keys. So I'll be patient and wait as I see you coming towards it. So I just walk over and sit down on the motorcycle.
Oh, I love this already.
Is this in view of Trevor as he's probably sitting around the back of the truck?
Oh, this is totally in view of Trevor.
Yeah. I'm not being subtle about this. I'm just sitting down on the motorcycle as somebody's walking towards it, assuming that that's the owner, just waiting for him.
Can I help you?
Yes. Dietrich Meyer, I'm requisitioning this vehicle. I'm gonna produce my identity paperwork and also my signet ring, and I will hand signet ring. This is collateral. I need your keys.
Your paperwork, your signet ring, and your what? You're slightly cutting out.
I'm giving him the signet ring, and I'm holding up my paperwork, my identification.
Ah. Yeah,
So I'm giving him collateral.
Yeah, so he pulls this all out for you. Real quick, roll me a history. Actually, no, local doesn't exist in this edition. Yeah, roll me a history. That's okay. So like a couple of mage families like within the like a couple of mage families within this district of like Hesse, like Nasa Hesse Nisa. I gotta really remember how to pronounce that properly. It takes you a moment to like look at it. Like you look at his paperwork and you see that he is in fact the man he says he is. You look at
he's by himself, right? He's not with
no, he's not with the others. You take a look at the it was signet ring, it was identification papers, and it was what?
Just those.
Oh, I thought it was 3. Okay. And you take a look at the signet ring. You don't quite like recognize it immediately, but you remember that there was a family that had worked for National Socialist Party that was, from what you could remember being told, was a mage family and had been a fairly predominant one within Germany that slightly fell off. Actually, no, you wouldn't know that.
Oh, I wouldn't know that he's broke.
You wouldn't know he's broke. You didn't get that high. You know his family was slightly predominant.
I was ready to say, your family's in debt. Your collateral means nothing.
Yeah. As you don't know what they've been doing within the last couple of years. However, you do know that they've been trying to collect like something. And it seemed that they may have spent a great deal of money on something, but you're not sure what it was.
Okay. Herr Meyer, was it?
What's gold worth over?
Huh?
What's gold worth? Like what gold to like mark you?
I was debating on that, and I'm debating on whether like I'm gonna probably write up an entire currency conversion when I have time. At the current moment, I'm going probably gold being worth maybe like $10 a piece. What I'm thinking is copper is worth like a dime or like pennies, and then having entire like 100 copper is $1, which is a silver piece, and then 10 silver pieces is a like $10, which is a gold.
Well,
I have to read everything.
Apparently, a single silver is a single Reichsmark, so according to the bet.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Economy is
You just tried to tell me my family's broke.
no. I
No,
didn't
he
roll
doesn't
high
know
enough
that
to know that.
information now. You do know. Well, you don't know what his exact position is. That's about as much as you could get.
I'm
Uh,
sorry, but it's not for sale.
I'm not interested in buying it, I'm borrowing it. Hence why I'm giving you this.
Hmm.
As I'm trying to give him the signet ring as a collateral towards it.
So
I can't part with this. I'm sorry. I'll drive you if you that will work for you, but I'm not letting you take it.
as this is going down, Trevor's going to sort of look around and then see if there's anyone else like around in the general area of the truck, and then approach his hand sort of subtly held next to his gun.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of people around.
All right.
Is there any sort of indication of rank or anything, or of being a mage, or his connection to anybody, as far as what Leone looks like?
He is currently wearing his coat, so you wouldn't see the symbol.
Okay.
His coat would be open.
Yeah. Or would you see?
And
Okay,
gun
where
is in a
exactly-
box,
Where's
so I
exactly-
don't know you're armed.
Yeah. Where exactly would you have your Atlas Academy symbol, if you have it?
Probably over his heart.
You see the symbol of Atlas Academy on his chest, like over his heart.
It would probably be like very minorly done, like basically like barely translucent.
For
Like,
reference, I do have that downloaded. I just have to go get it.
Do I need to roll anything to be familiar with Atlas's existence as a mage, as like a mage
Give me
faction?
an
Would be-
Arcana, but you have an idea of what they are without it.
Basically, if you don't know what you're looking for, it just looks like a random ass. It just looks like a random ass logo.
There you go. That's what it looks like.
Okay.
Oh,
Still
you
good enough
probably-
to recognize that he's a mage.
Oh, yeah, you know he's a mage. You're like, you feel like you've seen that symbol before. Something's like Titan, maybe, like, maybe Academy. You can't quite remember. It seems very familiar. It seems familiar enough that it sticks in the back of your mind. So it's probably important.
Okay.
Like I said, I
That
can take you where
depends.
you
Are
need to
you
go.
capable of handling yourself in event of danger? Perhaps danger that exceeds that of what most ordinary people would be used to encountering.
I will raise
Dietrich
my.
literally winks at you.
Okay. Yes. And then he'll wink back.
Excellent. Dietrich will hop in. You said there was a passenger, like a sidecar.
Yeah, there's a sidecar. It's full of like stuff right now, I think. What was it all filled with again?
Just like a backpack, toolbox, stuff like that. Something that he could like put at his feet.
Dietrich hops in the sidecar. All right,
By the
we're heading to the south into the mountains.
Trevor was approaching, subtly
Mhm.
putting his hand towards his gun.
Just like being wary of the situation.
This
Okay.
Leone guy was nice to him. I don't want to see him get robbed.
Are you subtly approaching, or are you just walking up to them?
Just walking up carefully, listening.
Okay, yeah, Leone, you definitely see Trevor walking up. You're not quite sure what he's doing, but he seems to be checking on the situation.
You alright over here?
We are now. He needed a ride, but I've decided I'll give him one into the mountains. I think between the two of us, we should be fine.
Wouldn't imagine a mechanic would be exactly apt.
I'll pull up the side of my coat, and so you can just see like the handle sticking out, and I should be fine.
Well, take care of yourselves. It's a bit of a... Well, you know what I mentioned before.
Boars, walking undead.
Yeah.
Half dead women. What did you say? What was the word you used?
Walking Dead, I thought he said.
Walking corpses.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should be fine.
This is
Alright.
new information for Dietrich. He heard about boars. He didn't hear about walking corpses at all. Not up to this point.
Yeah, but he chooses to pass off that he's not concerned at all by what he's hearing.
Understood.
Ah, and your name is Trevor, right?
Yeah.
Be careful around. I assume you haven't worked with those men before.
Sorry, repeat that. I had my headphones off.
No. I assume you haven't worked with those men before.
I've worked with men like him before.
Keep your guard up. You may be.
Always.
You may be. I don't trust your boss. I trust you, though. Seem like an honest man.
It's funny, because I rarely trust anyone at this point.
I think, from what I can tell, can't tell you how I know, but something very illegal is what you might be carrying.
That's not a surprise. Not
Well-
entirely sure what a mechanic with a handgun is necessarily concerned about it. But that's for me to wonder
don't-
and you to know.
I don't want people getting hurt by things that shouldn't be out there.
Yeah,
Well,
not my concern. Well, you take care. See you again.
I'll try. No.
Trevor's gonna walk back to the truck and make sure it's secure.
Seems fairly secure. So you're going to be heading off to the mountains then, instead of Johann
Yes.
shop? Okay.
I have no way to railroad us into Theo.
Yeah. I had a method, but that's not yet.
You should have just let me steal his motorcycle and drive off into the mountains alone.
Suddenly
Have
you
me
hit-
show up
yeah.
next week with a new character. It would have been easier for everyone else.
Suddenly you hit a wandering dwarf.
You hit a wandering dwarf. Yeah, Theo's gonna go bar hopping at places.
I mean, he'd probably be walking around town on his way to the church.
Maybe, but I mean, I was assuming that under this time, Theo and Trevor, I feel, would hit the bar together. Where's Trevor going? He's just gonna go back up to his room after they switch watching with him, aren't they?
Pretty much.
Alright,
If it's still early in the day, he might hang out in the would it be accurate to say tap room? Would they have like drinks available there? Or is it just an inn?
It's mainly just an inn.
Okay. So he would just hang around in the like main area of the inn.
Okay. So both Dietrich and Leone go ahead and with the motorcycle head off to the mountains, as that'll be a bit. Theo, you after waiting in the room, like just taking a break for a bit, you're gonna go ahead and head off to bars, right? Are you were going to go off to inns as well, weren't you? Because I think I remember you specifically saying bars and inns.
For like an information dive type thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh boy. Christian?
Chris?
Added
Chris?
the combat tracker
Great.
to make sure he was in typing.
Chris! Oh.
You said you're going to bars and inns to get information after waiting in your room and resting for a bit. Mostly bars. Okay. Would you go to any inns then?
I mean, this inn had a bar.
Only if connected. I was gonna say this inn doesn't have a bar. I never actually took a look at what this one was.
I mean, Trevor was drinking. His Klaus was drinking.
Yeah.
Alright.
So you.
Now you just have to find a way to keep us from going into the mountains, so we can all be in the same place, same time.
Little did you know, while you were rigging that guy's vehicle, he was rigging your vehicle. Breaks down right when you get out of town.
You see, there's in fact a bounded field that when you leave the town, it breaks your vehicle down.
The good thing mine doesn't run on gas.
Silent Hill technology where it goes from one side and you appear on the other.
Yes.
But yeah, the motorcycle doesn't run on gas. I mean, what? No.
No.
It runs on
Oh.
tears.
Tears and blood.
It doesn't pull in ambient mana and compress it to run it. No.
You could say it runs on bloody tears. Welcome to 2B Roof State in Barn Grill. Yeah. You go around a couple of different like bars during the time you're like hopping around areas. You don't really like you go in there. There's not actually like, because it's so early in the morning, they're not actually that packed, as most of the barkeeps don't like, as opposed
Early in the morning.
or why did I say early in the morning? I meant early in the afternoon. Or not even afternoon, it's not even that. Is it?
No,
It's 4
it's like
o'clock.
noon.
It's 4 right now. It's afternoon and evening 6. So it's like midway into the afternoon. People aren't drinking yet. I mean, someone will say it's 4 o'clock. It's already time to drink. But there's not that many people. Suppose what you would assume, a lot of the barkeeps don't really keep track of like areas that have information. Like, a lot of it is just generally useless stuff about people's problems and whatnot. That like
I was at this point. I would ask about Lewis or about people that've been attacked.
About Lewis, the Lewis Festival.
Or about people that've been attacked.
That have been attacked. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, asking about Lewis Festival, they'll go ahead and tell you, oh yeah, it's a festival on October 16th. Celebrate St. Louis. It's held every year since I think like 10th century or something. People typically gather around and celebrate it within the central district. About attacks, though, I can't say I've heard anything about that. It's not really much fights that happen in Hirschfeld. If you want to, I would assume if you want to hear something a bit more, probably up that alley, a bit more oddities and information about that. Probably want to either head to, I say one of the inns mostly. Heard Hino is a pretty good source of information at the Lewis Glock. There's also some of the inns down south that typically have the first word when it comes to anything entering town.
Okay. I've heard some people were getting injured overnight, so I didn't know if you knew anything.
Nah, not that I know of. Anything happens is probably something between two drunkards or whatnot, though that's not very common.
I'll have a.
You'll have a what?
While I'm here, I'll have a fucking whiskey, a whiskey or anything like that.
Okay, I'm just gonna take the
Just like
general price for ale. Quick.
So, as he's biding the time, Trevor's just playing solitaire.
All right.
So I assume we're out unless something happens.
Yeah, you guys are out for now. Go ahead and remove. I'm gonna up price that a little bit because should be more expensive, honestly. I'm gonna go ahead and say 1 silver piece, for the ale.
But how much longer do you think
One?
we'll be running for?
1 silver piece. What? Snack?
How much longer do you think we'll be running for?
Probably like, if he gets to the inn that Trevor is, that conversation, then be it.
I thought I was at the end with Trevor, because that would be the closest one, wouldn't it?
Okay, I thought you said that you wanted to go to a, or you wanted to have an ale.
I said well, I thought their inn had a bar.
You're going to different bars first, and that's what the information they're giving you. And it's like, if you want to go ahead and get better information, you probably want to go to one of the inns. If you're looking for like an inn bar, there's the one in the down south. Otherwise, there's
then that would
Lewis.
Then yeah, I'd probably.
Yeah.
I was about to say, then as soon as I get told that, I'd be like, oh, okay. And then I'll probably have like a small drink when I get to the bar that has the end also.
Oh, you get a small drink there? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
Since I'll probably be getting more information there to have a drink, so I'm more of a welcome face.
Okay. I'll just charge you regular price for it then. So heading to the inn down south, you are walking by, you're walking up to the inn as you see, typically like most buildings in the region are about half timbered style. So a lot of like what looks like support, like cross beams, built into the building itself. This one isn't quite like that. This one's a bit different, as it's looks more like plain faced inn that's about 2 stories maybe, as it has a sign outside that says bar as well. Outside the inn itself, you do see, and by this point they would it'd probably be about additional 2 hours.
Oh, so we're 2 hours into the mountains by this point.
About an hour, 2 hours maybe. Let's see.
You mean an hour until your bike gets stranded?
But
Like I
don't
said,
have a normal bike.
a mist is gonna happen, and then it's gonna be like Silent Hill, where we can never leave.
You know, I'm something of a mechanic myself.
About an hour of you going through and like going to bars and talking to people. As Trevor, by this
Sorry.
point, was brought in
I
after
just like
everything's
the
situated.
I
Yeah.
just like the idea staring at fog that seems to turn you around. I seem to be a mechanic myself.
Hmm. Yeah. Outside the inn, you do see a probably like a truck, some type of company truck, maybe, like a vehicle that carries supplies and whatnot on it. As the front of it seems to be fairly dented up. However, it looks like it's been repaired, kind of. It still has a bunch of like bumps in it and whatnot, but otherwise, it's perfectly fine. On the side of it, you see. Give me a moment. On the side of it, sorry, someone's coming in for a moment. All right, sorry about that. On the side of it, you see a pretty big gash as something appears to have maybe pierced it, as alongside like the uh, the dent in it, there is a hole. It's not too big. Probably looks like maybe you could stick your hand in it if you tried. Though you probably cut yourself doing it. One of the windows does appear to be broken or maybe rolled down.
Does it um it looks like it clearly made it here, right? Like this didn't happen while it was sitting here.
You don't see any shattered glass on the floor,
Okay.
like on the ground by it.
Okay. Then gut hunch, gonna say this probably has some information.
Maybe. Looks pretty suspicious. So heading inside, you see the in portion of the building, as it appears to be fairly, common. You have your desk, you have your person at the front. Next to it, there is a bar attached going to the next room. As it seems to be a couple of people in there, not too many. You notice when you walk in a man who has brown hair, wearing clothes that are, you probably guess, maybe Western style.
Or
Sort
maybe
of a white dress shirt contained within a brown leather vest.
Yeah. On the side of it, you notice that there is a gash in the vest, which would be on the side that you would directly be walking towards when entering.
He's currently got a bunch of cards laid out in multiple different piles. He's trying to seem to figure out a personal puzzle.
I was trying to think, but I know what solitaire is. Guess I would.
probably.
You probably know what solitaire is.
It's a
Yeah.
really common game.
It's not like it's a new thing. I was trying to think of, I couldn't think of when it became popular. You know anything about that truck out front?
Oh, it's, I'm helping guard it.
You oh cool. You just getting in town?
Yeah, just arrived not long ago. Already had some interesting encounters so far.
No, I've wish I had some of that. What happened to you?
Hear about big ass boars in the mountains to the south?
Yeah, I've heard about them.
That.
How big we talking? We talking like
Like
lab?
a solid bit bigger than what you'd expect a boar to be. Also covered in like pus and shit.
Oh, that's no good.
So why do you ask?
I've been looking for a colleague of mine. Showed up this town, I don't know, a couple months ago. Disappeared. Well, 8 months ago too. Disappeared.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't think boars ate him, but I mean, they're as big as you say.
Well, how old does this guy look? What I say?
He's on the shorter side, like how tall's Trevor?
Old, not tall. I know he's pretty short.
Yeah, I
No, I
thought
know. I was saying like, so of course, looking at him, the beard goes down to his chest, but it's not a old beard. It looks like it's been grown, maybe 30s.
Okay. So, Trevor might not be the oldest one then. All right.
To note, you are not looks wise.
Yeah. um. Say, what's your name there?
Go by Theo.
You certainly don't look like the sort that comes from around here.
I hope not.
Well,
You don't seem to be one that fits in around this this area either.
you couldn't tell, huh?
Mr. Cowboy.
Now, hey,
Mr. Cowboy was my father.
That's pretty good. Huh.
well, name's Trevor Marco.
Mr. Cowboy was my auntie's name. Hand out, the whole.
Suddenly his
Yeah.
hand glows and Trevor is on fire.
What the hell? Oh god, oh god. He looks at the hand for a second, a little wary, and just shrugs it off and shakes it. Pleasure.
Pleasure's all mine. Oh. Sounds like you've had a pretty hectic day. You want to have it's probably early, but you want to have a drink? I'll buy you one if you need it.
Sure. Don't bother paying for me.
Yeah, okay.
Not a fan of being bought drinks.
I'll go up to the bar and buy just whiskey on ice or anything simple they have.
Right.
you're asking for a wiki on a whiskey on ice?
Or anything simple, just
Like
a
an ale.
I'm asking for a Wikipedia, the online encyclopedia that anyone can edit.
well, no, but not like a
play
mix or
computer.
anything, but mostly
An ale.
a liqueur.
Oh, liqueur. Okay.
Yeah. They go ahead and get you a whiskey on ice as yeah, man. As or on the rocks. That's how you say it. They get you a whiskey on the rocks as go ahead and charge you for it whenever you're done. It'll be 4
Okay.
CP. I was like, oh, maybe I should make this a bit more. Nah. It's about like
I'm ready.
about 4 CP. Really have to come up with the proper like exchange rate to because this is not the 14th century. Things like that are a bit more expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, we can just pretend we say gold, silver, copper, but we pretend it's actual money, like modern
Yeah.
money.
Well, I mean, there is coin versions of money in most of Europe still.
Anyway, Trevor's gonna get up and plop his money down the table. It's 5 CP. You said
4.
4.
4.
I'm just
Okay,
using the regular price for ale.
understood.
By the way, Dietrich would not have a helmet unless you fished it out from at his feet. I just realized, but he would have taken off immediately.
He'll be fine. He's fallen off the bike. Oh no.
Like, Leone would have a helmet and his goggles, but Dietrich would not.
Perfect. I got the helmet. The branch is perfect size, and just throat chops.
Oh no.
I'm protected.
So what's a high-class mage like you doing out in the boonies like this?
So it's all
Trying
that
to
damage,
pick him up.
buddy.
God damn.
No,
It's-
he's like generally curious.
Just love that concept. Because you're on a motorcycle, so it's like.
Oh my god, you
Switch
would
it
be
off.
You know, it immediately reminded me of that. I thought you guys actually did that with your characters for that one, but I couldn't find it. I only found that one.
So pretty good. So once we get our drinks, you hear any of the rumors of what happens at night around here?
So not got anything to do with walking corpses? If so, then I've seen it.
You've seen it?
Yeah. Woman missing like half her jaw tried to attack us. That happen often?
Up in the
I
mountain.
don't think that happens often.
Um,
Not from what I've seen.
takes a swig. Okay. I guess it doesn't happen that often.
Well, this is
Probably
how we
not
do it.
Probably
how
not
we
the easiest lie there.
This is the end. Everyone into the mountains.
So you're telling me, on your trip here, you get attacked by wild boars that are
Yep.
infected with something.
Probably like,
They fuck up your truck,
yep.
and a woman missing her lower jaw attacks you.
It
Yep.
wasn't missing her lower jaw, just half her face.
Well,
Oh, just
you know,
okay. I thought it was like the bottom half. Same idea.
That's like
No,
a
it's like
good. That's like a good portion. Anyway,
You-
it was a stressful situation. Trevor doesn't remember all the details.
Understandable.
Fair.
Yeah, that sums it
yeah.
up.
I know this probably doesn't sound like something you'd like to do. You think you could lead me back towards the place where that happened?
I could. Might have to run it by the
Boss man.
boss. Boss.
Contractors. That makes sense.
But if it doesn't take too long, I think we're going to be in town for another little while before we head out again.
Okay. 'Cause,
Not
I'll tell you a little secret. If it's what I think it is, we got in trouble.
I couldn't imagine why.
Yeah. He finishes his drink. Oh, what have I walked myself into again?
Damn, you finished that fast.
The only
Looks down at the drink he hasn't even started yet.
He has experience.
Yeah, I was about to say. Not my first drink.
Hmm.
After this, I'm gonna have to get the good stuff. Probably.
Maybe we'll run into those other two
Here I.
then.
Yeah. Wait, other two.
Mechanic and some fancy, schmancy looking guy.
Yeah, I have specific symbols on them.
I couldn't tell.
You could have seen Leone's.
Kind of look like an asshole. No.
Oh, that one. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, that symbol, the asshole league. The butt beavers.
I feel like he's connected to a political party that might cause a lot of problems in the future, but whatever.
I came on the train with them.
What about the gentleman in the green coat? The green.
I mean,
He mentioned the mechanic.
Yeah, I would about to say he said mechanic, and I would be like, great, it's the fucking asshole with the motorcycle, isn't it?
Oh yeah, because you were there when he was flirting with Carla.
Yeah. Fucking God.
Well, if you're already acquainted with them, then hey, that makes
I
things
haven't
easier.
met them, I just know they're here.
What was that?
I said, I haven't met them, I just know they're here.
The Nazi, the National Socialists, and the asshole.
The flirty asshole.
So we got the different type of assholes. I'm the fuck you.
Yeah.
Leone's the fuck you.
We got the grumpy
Up,
asshole, probably we got the cocky asshole and Trevor.
Flirty asshole
Yeah.
with Leone, and then the cocky asshole.
No.
The asshole
Not the
who is straight up a Nazi.
And then and then the pretentious asshole. No. He doesn't wear the armband.
but I wanted the joke with Zombie being like, it's a dumbass because of his old
Of
moment
course.
earlier. But that'd be
Anyway,
back to what we're so
yeah, I got nothing to do for the time we're doing here.
yeah, all I was gonna do was fucking walk through some graves and go, I don't have to do that.
Yeah, it sounds a little boring.
Well, you find stuff to do. So yeah, let's hope we can actually do this. This actually seems way better than whatever the fuck I needed to do first.
Alright. Well, if you want to head out soon, I was just getting a little rest. I'll gather my things and check with the boss man.
Yeah. I don't want to get night when this happens. You know, it's gonna.
He is
Don't
going...
want to. Especially with those two going ahead of us, I don't want to have something happen.
So Trevor is going to go ahead and get up, gather his cards from the table from probably like across the way or something, and go up and confirm that for a little bit of a sidetrack on his part. He's not going to say exactly what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. You just say, I'm going to be out for a couple hours. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Be back by night.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
If I die,
Let's see, it's March. I'm trying to think when night is.
That would be, I think. Oh, that is spring, but that's coming off.
Around 8 or 9.
I was gonna say, yeah,
I don't
around
think
8 or 9, which is about the time the
think-
gravekeeper said he was heading in, because he said that was about when it starts getting dark.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But I just one of those moments where it's like, we got 3 hours. I don't even know how close the mountain is.
If you take a vehicle, it was about 3 hours from when Trevor got in after he got attacked.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to find some way to stall.
Alright. So
You
Trevor,
guys-
Or you were in the middle of a fucking battle and we come in and save your ass.
Probably.
Trevor ends up coming back down and saying like, "All right, all good."
Perfect. We walking?
I ain't got a car. You can procure one,
I didn't
and
know.
I could drive it.
Okay.
I don't know. Imagine
Were there
it's gonna be
random
that
cars
convenient.
on the street? Were
Yeah,
there
the only
random
one that I
cars
know,
on the street?
The only one that I know of can't exactly be taken.
Yeah. Well,
You could always. I'm interested to see what your solution is, but I was gonna say you could always try to bum off the priest further.
I
not
don't think they have
sure.
cars.
Priest reveals he's got a motorcycle stashed away.
Fuck
I
yeah.
haven't ridden this for 20 years. Yours. Bombs, rope,
What?
lamp oil, motorcycle, it's yours. All you need is a little bit of rupee.
I'll say,
if only we're
when I
Then I could say you would pay in rupees.
so I'll ask. When I was going through the church, did any of them seem like they might have a vehicle of some form?
There was definitely a parking lot.
And they might have a truck or something, because they would.
You probably would have seen a truck out in front, like greenish tinted one.
I don't want us driving up there in like a fucking Sunday church van. Opens the sliding door. Get the fuck inside. Close it. This says Jesus loves you.
Right. I can't stay for much longer.
All right.
All right, yeah, we're about to wrap up soon. They're just gonna have to secure a vehicle.
Okay.
Uh,
I'm gonna drop because I gotta be up for work.
Understood.
Good night.
Just message me what all happens.
Yeah.
did
it won't be long.
All right.
Did
bye.
any of the fathers I met in my little adventure today seem to have motorcycles?
That is a thing that you probably wouldn't have been able to figure out.
Uh, so, in actuality, what's the closest church in
What's the closest church?
general?
It would probably be one of the southern ones.
It'd be one of the first ones I would have met, wouldn't it?
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah.
Your best bet would be probably trying to see if you could go back to the one that you're boarding up at and see if you
Yeah.
can ask.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna have to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Trevor, I gotta go see if we can get ourselves a vehicle. Otherwise, this is not gonna be easy.
Well, yeah. These boards are known for flipping over cars and almost flipped over our
I was
our van or truck, whatever.
more meaning the time it would take.
Also that.
I've had the walk across the country. It's not fun.
Yeah, don't picture so. Get
As we'll
get wrecked, high
probably
roll
be
party.
walking. We'd probably be walking towards the church. Well, the small talk.
Is
Yeah.
Trevor going with you to the church? Okay.
I mean, might as well.
Yeah.
Why? I mean, he's the driver.
I didn't know. You were gonna just go over there and then take the car back over. Do you have the driving skill? I thought everyone pretty
No,
much.
no, I did
Okay,
not.
never mind.
I mean, it doesn't mean I can't, but I
Yeah.
just don't actually have the skill.
Yeah,
I am good at it.
he is good at it. He specifically put expertise to
Yeah.
one Leone.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'd get there, and I'll try to find the father.
Yeah, the green truck is outside still. You see it. Yeah, you walk in. The father is around as he sees you and goes, "Ah, actually, did you ever give your name to him?"
Yeah, I gave him the full Theodore.
Okay. Ah, Theodore. Good to see you back soon.
Mhm.
How's your journey around town been?
Well, it's a nice town. There's some nice little sights. I got some information I need to go check up on, and it's in the mountain. Of course, it would be in the mountain, like
It's in the
me.
mountain.
Yeah, and I need to get away into the mountain. I don't want to be asking this like I am. Would you happen to have a spare vehicle? Any form would work.
You need a vehicle to get into the mountains. What exactly would this task be of yours? Information?
This gentleman here, I'll point to the man who probably hasn't fully entered the building.
Hey there.
As mentioned, he's been attacked by some boars. They seemed
Oh,
bizarre compared to your normal ones. And
so the rumors
Out-
of what's
out-
happened.
out of character, this father being Catholic, sure. How much of like the bizarre does he actually know about?
This is still a small town. You like, from what you understand of what he said before, Caius has mentioned some stuff to him. Like he's alluded to the fact Caius has mentioned about rumors to him. You're not.
I'm more meaning if I go, yeah, there's maybe an undead woman, would he be like, you're fucking crazy?
That's pretty insane if you put it like that to most normal people.
Okay, just the whole thing in being of the church, I didn't know how much of it was.
Yeah, that seems
This
to be
is
like,
just what I do on like the weekend, or if it's like I've done my time.
yeah, this seems to be like a regular father.
Okay.
He appears to have been used to like hearing some odd things from Caius, like I mentioned.
But it was
So
probably
people-
nothing more than like the
Yeah.
simple things.
Like simple things. If you put it in like simple terms, it'll probably
Okay.
go with him better.
Okay. But yeah, I mentioned the boars and how they're explained in not being healthy or normal.
And then he had went, oh, so rumors about the boards are a bit true then. He had mentioned something
Yeah.
about
I also mentioned there was a
that, right? You need to-
deranged woman, so gotta go and make sure everything's up there okay.
you're making sure isn't injured then from the boar attacks.
Yeah, well, you also mentioned two reckless, I'm gonna call them young, don't know their age, but they're probably young, went out after, and that's the worrisome part.
I see. Yeah, that would be very worrisome having two people go out there. Probably not sure how well prepared they are, but if the boars are as dangerous as what I've heard and what Caius has mentioned, yeah, it would be a bit dangerous. We're just
I
too.
am.
there. I will. He kind of. Are you there, Christian? Still? All right. I'm assuming you're back now.
Yes.
Okay. He kind of looks at you as he thinks for a moment and goes, "Well, we do have a spare truck. If the situation is when someone's in danger and it has something potentially to do with what you're looking into. I've heard well enough about some things and how the boars happen. And having two people go out there, I'm not sure how well prepared they are. It wouldn't be great if we end up having two more missing people reports. If you manage to bring the truck back and without much damage, I'll allow you to go ahead and take it.
I've seen some damage, so I'll pull out my plain curse and go, hand him like 6 gold and being like, I've seen it fuck up a truck. I would give you this as like a just in case.
Oh, okay.
Well, it just so happens the people we're chasing after are, well, one of them's a mechanic. So,
Oh,
anything happens, then, well, hope everything goes well, because then it'll be repaired.
Yeah,
Probably.
and if it's repaired and it comes back fine, I'll take back 5 gold.
all right.
Keep
I
the-
suppose if you're going after mechanic, as long as you manage to convince them to fix whatever damages might occur because of them, it should be fine. I'll allow it.
Okay.
We usually use the truck to carry over flowers and other things, such as like the bringing in the new organ that we had, or moving furniture.
Okay.
It's been a while
Thank
since
you
we've done
kindly.
anything like that, so it's hasn't been used for a bit.
Okay. Go through the full motion, thank him, thank the Lord, and then make sure there's nothing I left behind. I need everything I need.
All right. With that, you go ahead and take the truck and you head out.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
And with that, with both Trevor and Theo and Dietrich and Leone heading out into the mountains about a few hours apart. That's the end of the
I will say, on our way there, I'll be very shotgun going. Okay, don't want to tell you too much. Fucking magic's a thing.
I know.
Okay, good. Don't no. Okay, good. That was an undead person.
Uh-huh.
Pretty simple to understand that. I
Yeah.
fight the undead people. It's my job. I'm not technically a priest. I guilt things. Got it. Good.
Alright.
Whatever more of those people you were talking to earlier, probably a mage. Awesome. Good. Okay, we're good.
Makes sense.
Perfect.
It's nothing out of the ordinary for me.
But the big thing was, I'm mostly the one that I'm normally not a priest. You think I kill those things? Good. Good. Go.
Anyway, switching to the title card.
Yep.
So, tomorrow for Hyrule.
For Hyrule, I'm so excited for that one.
Gotta hope my rolls are better.
Yeah, man. Otherwise, next week for the next Fate Visage.
Mm-hmm. Next
Where-
week in the mountains, I'll have to.
I won't lie. My brain was sitting there going, "God, am I stupid?" When I was doing the little investigations.
Not really. I had encounters planned, and some of them were for Theo. It's just that the situation has called for one that I wasn't planning yet, but had written down.
Anyway.
I'm sitting there trying to think of what you would have me even fight.
Anyway, yeah. Until next time. Goodbye.
Hey.
Bye.